Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better day. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Can't mind the energy. Can't mind. God can't mind your energy. That's right. How can myself see? Only you can make the change. How can my share your energy? How can I shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey, 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 hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Man, I've been talking this whole time. So the biggest takeaway I say about this live stream that I went through is that, people were more focused on trying to disprove what I was saying versus actually like listening. And it's man, I have never felt more respected in my life. So I'm gonna play this this stream, but I'm also gonna play other stuff. You know what? I'm not gonna like go through the whole disrespect. I'm gonna say, you know what? It is what it is. She asked me what it was, and then it got cut off, and then it became a combative situation. She said, "Hey, listen, play your video." I only get to play one video before she just went and ape shit. So let's go into it. Let's hear what happened, how it started and how it ended. Let's go. Ifa faith initially. I was a Christian, and then something like kind of compelled me. I used to like do all the websites for Sarah Student City or Black Power Cartels. I was the designer behind those websites. And then from there, I got into E5, initiated. And so yeah, here we are. I'm also the owner of the the YouTube channel DJ Genesis Detroit, and my show is called Alchemizing Energy. So,
all right, so guys, please check out our channel. You says Alchemizing Energy.
Just go to at DJ Genesis, like right here at DJ Genesis Detroit. The show is called Alchemizing Energy. So,
okay. All right. So I dropped the StreamYard link in the chat if anybody wanted to hit the link and come on and join us. We're going to be having a discussion, like I said, and try to, come to a consensus and see what is this African spirituality. You said it's Ifa, correct? So that's what the Yoruba?
Yeah, Ifa. Yep.
Okay. All right. So I know you had some videos that I wanted you to share. If you can go ahead and share those videos, and I'm gonna see if anybody wants to come on. If not, then it'll just be us. Okay.
All right. So I'm not sure where I want to start with. First, because there I want to start really. I'm gonna start really shallow, and then I'm gonna get really deep, okay? Because this whole thing, it could get very, depending on, I'm not sure what the audience is, it could get very, very intricate when you actually look into it, right? So let me start off with like a more basic understanding of things and then get into the depths of it all, because it could get very, very seeming complicated, and I don't want to confuse people before it gets too soon. So let's play what. Let me see. This is the one. All right, let's go into it. Is my screen showing?
Yes.
All right, let's go into it.
We most definitely have to bring up what is divine, and when you come, and divinity is rooted into what shines. What shines? What is shining? What is shining? What is that? You see what I'm saying? What is that comes from heaven, that comes from a God? What is God? Divinity. What is divinity? Divinity is that which shines. And that's how you know something that is from God, because it shines. Now, is that the God? We can't determine that for you. But
yeah, no, we don't worship divination. We don't worship.
No, you don't.
If you use AI, that's another form of divination, believe it or not. But
every time you turn on your computer, and you hop on this internet, you are using divination. They literally built the internet system off of Ifa. Like literally, the system literally comes from Ifa. Without Ifa, there would be no internet. You see what I'm saying? So computers. So like even when you trying to be as righteous as you can be without using divination, you still use it, because you're using modern technology, which uses the binary system, which is, guess what? Divination.
So okay, Naphtali says the Most High God has rules, and by its standards, you guys are breaking the rules. Now let me explain this. This is what I think, what I feel. Okay, you had a preacher class in the Bible that actually was allowed to use divination, and they were called the Levites. Okay, I, in my heart of hearts, really believe that a lot of the Levite priests were practicing Ifa. They were Ifa practitioners, as far as they were diviners, and they knew how to do divination. Let me play this video right quick and to break this whole thing down. Let's go.
They called it primitive. They called it demonic. They called it witchcraft. But what they never called it was what it truly is: wisdom. African spirituality is not a superstition. It is not sorcery. It is not chaos. It is a system, a science, a sacred order that has guided millions for generations, long before colonizers brought their gods and their guns. This is the truth they buried, but today we unearth it. Welcome to Echoes of Africa, and today we're reclaiming our roots. Before the Bible, before the Quran, before European missionaries stepped foot on African soil, there were shrines, there were oracles, there were sacred forests and ancient chants echoing through the night. From the sands of the Sahel to the rivers of the Congo, Africans communed with the divine in ways that were both deeply spiritual and profoundly intellectual. Because African spirituality is not about fear, it is about balance. Let's begin with the Yoruba of Nigeria. Their spiritual system, known as Ifa, is one of the most complex and complete systems of thought in the world. Ifa is based on Olodumare, the supreme creator. But Olodumare does not work alone. He sends emissaries, called Orisha, forces of nature that guide the human spirit. Shango is the Orisha of thunder and justice. Oshun, goddess of rivers, fertility, and love. Ogun, the spirit of iron and war. Each Orisha is not just a deity, they represent a principle of life. Devotees don't just worship them, they understand them. They consult Ifa priests, called Babalawo, who use divination to decode spiritual messages using a sacred binary system that predates modern computing. This isn't witchcraft, this is cosmology. In Ghana, the Akan people recognize Nyame, the supreme being, but they also revere the Abasam, spiritual entities tied to rivers, trees, ancestors, and morality. In daily life, Akan spirituality teaches ethical living, not out of fear of punishment, but from an understanding that the world is interconnected. that your actions echo through your family, your land, your future. That's not magic. That's philosophy. Travel to the Congo and you'll meet the Bakongo, who speak of Nzambi Mpungu, the creator, and the Kalunga line, a cosmic boundary between the world of the living and the world of the spirits. They use the Dikenga, a cosmogram that maps the human life cycle, direction, time, and destiny. It is drawn as a circle with 4 points: birth, maturity, death, and rebirth. This isn't just art, it's spiritual geometry. You see, African spirituality doesn't separate the spiritual from the physical. It doesn't split the sacred from the secular. Everything is divine. Everything is energy. Everything is connected. So why did they call it witchcraft? Because it scared them. Colonizers and missionaries could not control a people whose power came from within. So they demonized it. They called ancestral veneration idolatry. They called sacred dances pagan. They called herbal knowledge black magic. But what they were truly doing was erasing memory, because memory is power. They replaced orishas with saints. They burned shrines. They renamed spirits as demons. They banned native languages in prayer. And then they gave you a new name, a new god, and a new shame. But African spirituality never died. It survived in the whispers of elders, in the rhythm of the drum, in the herbalist's hands, in the dreams of the gifted. And across oceans, it took root again. In Haiti, Vodou. In Brazil, Candomblé. In Cuba, Santeria. In the American South, Hoodoo. These weren't foreign religions. They were African belief systems in exile. Systems that adapted, merged, survived through chains across plantations, under threat of death. That's not witchcraft. That's resilience. Today, young Africans are asking questions again. They're going back to the roots, not to reject their modern faiths, but to understand where they came from. To find meaning not in what was imposed, but in what was forgotten. And what they are discovering is profound. That African spirituality is holistic. It includes the land, the body, the ancestors, and the future. Decentralized, no pope, no book, no empire, just elders, oral knowledge, and sacred practice. Practical, tied to healing, justice, birth, death, purpose. Symbolic, full of rich metaphors, sacred numbers, hidden meanings. Scientific, coded in patterns that mirror quantum thinking, systems theory, and deep psychology. This is not a call to abandon your current beliefs. It is a call to remember that your spiritual DNA is older than colonization, older than borders, older than the chains that tried to silence it. You are not cursed. You are not lost. You are not damned. You are divine. And your ancestors knew it. They didn't just look to the sky. They looked at the soil, to the rivers, to the wind, to the stars, and they saw spirit in everything. That is not witchcraft. That is wisdom. So the next time someone tells you African spirituality is evil, ask them, do you even know what you're talking about? Because we do, and we are done hiding it. This is
All right, so that's the end of the first video. Let's talk about it. Let's go.
All right, let's see if we got any questions or comments out there. But while I'm doing that, you can go ahead and you can go ahead and give a little bit more of your background. Did you start off in Christianity, or did you start off, what's your background? You can give us a little bit more of your background.
Well, yeah, I started off as I began. My mom did not force any religion on me. Growing up, I've been to Jehovah's Witnesses church. I've been to Mormon churches. I've been to all different Hispanic church. I've been to Holiness church. And then, when I turned 13, I finally found a church that I really believed in, and I became a Christian. I got baptized. And, up until the age of, I would say like about 27, I was a Christian, very devout Christian. When I went back to Ohio to be with my family, evangelists in my family, like people that I went to McIntyre, Ohio, small church, like looked like a little bitty church, very, very serious Bible
What kind of
oriented
denomination would you say? It was
family.
like Baptist, Pentecostal. What would you say?
African Methodist is Episcopal.
Episcopalian. Okay.
Yeah, AME. So Ohio is a very AME influence. So I was very AME. So, but I have been to like holiness. I've been to the Kojic. I've been to the whole thing. But when I went back to Ohio, in my teenage years, very AME. Everything was African Methodist Episcopal. So I know the whole Lord's Prayer. I know the whole Apostles, Creed and all that. So growing up, that was my upbringing. Up until like the age of about 27, very heavy Christian influence. So somehow I ended up running into SETI, and then watching also Sonetter. But I ran into SETI, and him being into Egyptian stuff. And I also had these guys that were really into, they were like hackers, me being a software engineer. And they began to like question, okay, so why do you believe, they began to like question me, and I didn't have the answer to this. So I started to look deeper into it. So the initial thing was me being into like, okay, switching over from Christianity, getting into the Egyptian aspect of things. And then I would say about like maybe 7 years ago, I got into the Yoruba faith through a friend of mine named Makia Ma'at. She said, hey, maybe you should look into this. And so after that, I looked into it. I talked to a Babalawo, got my first reading, and that was all she wrote. From that point on, I, maybe like I would say like about 5 years later, I got initiated, and I'm in my 3rd year as a priest in Ifa.
All right, so you're a priest in Ifa. Okay.
It's called an Olorisha. So I'm a priest of the Orisha in the Ifa religion.
Ifa. Okay. All right. And so with that, so you were a Christian, and then you had some questions, and then you said you had a reading. What do you mean by a reading?
So what happens is that, in the Ifa is really heavily based on divination. It's pretty much the entire thing. What we believe is that you were when you came onto this earth, before you came here, you were told everything that was going to happen to you, but then when you came here, you forgot everything that you were told. So then, divination helps you to navigate, left or right. Any Christian will say, they'll say, okay, narrow is the road. The chosen are few, but I'm saying all this other stuff. So narrow is the road. It's almost like going through a pin needle, right? So what I found out is that you don't have to just walk through life and not know what is going on. Why am I in this position? What is my purpose in life? So what happened is that like what I found through Ifa is that you don't walk through life like not knowing your purpose. Everybody is here for a purpose and a reason, and everything in Ifa is about for you finding your purpose and being able to execute it. So the whole thing is to get to the reason why you're here and to navigate life, as you go through all the ups and downs, so that you don't have to like go straight through roadblocks, but you go around them. So that's pretty much is what Ifa does.
That's pretty interesting. And I just have this question. So looking at your video, it says that colonization is what caused the separation, I guess. Well, people not continuing on with the Ifa faith. But my thing is wouldn't they have why weren't they aware of this information ahead of time through divination? How were they able to be, I guess, tricked into so-called Christianity?
Well, I wouldn't even say they were tricked. It was just the destiny of the people to go through this. It was meant to be. So sometimes you know, it's not even a question of you know, we were meant to go through that and meant to be here and meant to be in this position, in this exact place where we are today.
So
I was meant to be here to be in this time frame. People, like, you know, they cycle. I believe in that we reincarnate. So at one point, I probably was at one point and then passed on, and then now I'm here and I pass. So we believe that we it's a cycle. So where we're at right now, we're meant to be. So it's not really a matter of why would we be here if this existed. Is like, are we meant to be here? Yes, we are meant to be in this right here in this time frame at this very moment, based on whatever's going on. So
with this faith, do you have a creator?
yeah,
I know I'm saying I see that there is, but there is a creator. And how did he create life?
so Olodumare is just like the creator in, I would say, in any other like one religion, like was monotheistic religion. The only difference is that we don't feel like Olodumare deals in everyday life. We think that Olodumare just creates and he's outside of like just earthly realm stuff. He's not dealing with
the creator creates like, and that, like she said, that's kind of like uniform around most indigenous religions. You got the supreme God, which is the substrate in which everything exists in and is. You see what I'm saying? That's what the creator is. And then you got like what y'all would call God, or, you know, lesser gods or deities and stuff like that, which are just still just different concepts of base reality. You know what I'm saying? But it's just,
He kind of went out. Is it you guys, or is it?
No, he was talking. I could hear him, and he's telling the right thing. Let him go ahead and continue.
No, I'm sorry, it cut out for me. I'm sorry, I didn't hear him. I guess my computer.
Oh, okay. So I guess start from the beginning. Okay.
He's
All right.
kind of, is he?
So go ahead, Laura. Say what you're saying.
Yeah. I was just saying that you know, Olodumare would be like that substrate that everything is created from and is.
Your phone, it went out again.
A male or a female. You see what I'm saying? And like even in Naga, like we say this, that God is not a person for you to name or even to give human attributes to. You see what I'm saying? So when you talk about the creator, you're talking about the force, the power and force of all things. So, you know, I wouldn't be as egotistical to call it him or her. You know, I can only talk about it as how it relates to me being a human, being alive. You understand what I'm saying?
So how did he create life, or how did your creator create life? What's the creation story?
Well, life begets life. You see what I'm saying? So we are a reflection of the universe. So you are an expression of that intelligence. So, you know, when you ask how did it create, it's self-sustaining. It itself is life. It itself is the light. So if you understand the Most High, and you understand what self-sustaining, self-sufficient, the all-sufficient one, if you really understand those words, then you will truly understand there is no beginning or no end when it comes.
Well, that's fine. I just want to know how human beings created. Well, I just want to know how was human beings created.
How was human beings created?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like all things, other human beings created. But I mean, now if you asking like are you talking about this vessel? If you're talking about this vessel that
no, I think that she wants to hear the mythology of the.
Not the mythology. I just want to know.
Are you talking about like as far as Ifa goes?
No, not epoch.
What is the what is Olodumare? What is his origin? Or it's not even his, it will be it, because Olodumare is it's not even a he or a she, it's an it. So all right, so Olodumare is the supreme creator, external, self-existent, beyond form, doesn't directly micromanage the physical world, delegates creative functions to the Orisha. So think of Olodumare as the ultimate source of Ashe, or creative divine power, right? So he's omnipotent, omniscient, transcendent, gender beyond, not male or female. Traditional Yoruba religion is strictly monotheistic at the highest level with functional divine intermediaries. So according to Odu, okay, Oshe Torah says, before earth existed, there was Orun, the spiritual realm, heavens. Below was watery chaos, no solid land yet. Humanity didn't exist, okay? Olodumare assigned Orisha Nia Obatala the task of creating the physical world, right? He was given a snail shell filled with sand, a white hen, rooster, a palm nut, a chain, and then there's a whole thing.
Okay, so hold on, before you go, keep going, sis. Okay, so what she just explained, right? Those are actual forces of creation. Like if you want to try to make those like the 4 fundamental forces, go ahead. But what she's actually talking about are forces of the universe, of things that actually create things. When she's talking about the shell, when they're talking about the shell or the snail, you have to think about the shape of the snail. The shape of the snail is a spiral, right? And if you understand the golden ratio and how that relates to the universe and X, Y, and Z, X, Y, and Z, you know what I'm saying, down to Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, X, Y, and Z, you see what I'm saying? It starts making sense. So if you're not looking at the ancestors' wisdom from the eyes of actual physics, from a physical standpoint, and not just a spiritual standpoint, you would never be able to understand what it's truly saying to you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If you
cannot
move away
listen
from
to the story
right,
as literal. It has to be like, okay, so there was a chain coming down from heaven. That's DNA, right? So a chain, DNA. Obatala, the white cloth, descended from Orun using the chain and poured sand onto the waters. The hen was released. Then the hen scratched and scattered and the sand outward, forming land. The first land became Ile-Ife.
Oh wow! So that sounded like cellular mitosis, like what it just described. Sound to be like sperm fertilizing the egg, and then the egg going into mitosis, into cellular division. But go ahead.
Yeah, pretty much.
I hear it when you say it.
Right, so it's not just so you can't listen to the story as a literal hen came down on a chain and started scratching the ground. These are like parables similar to how Jesus. I know that you guys are Hebrew, but just like how Jesus spoke this parable, this story is a parable about like
so
DNA.
Do you guys take this as it, or do you guys believe in evolution?
Evolution of what? Like,
do you guys believe in the scientific narrative, the so-called scientific narrative that human beings evolved from apes? Do you guys take that?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay, so you guys, so you all do not agree with that.
I got to speak for myself because I'm saying when it comes to that specific subject, I do not necessarily buy into evolution. I do though lean towards adaptive mutation. And when you're talking about the creation of humans, I'm totally saying that is some alien shit. Like that's aliens did.
So are you saying are you saying that, do you believe that a primordial soup and then life came out of that soup? Do you believe in the Big Bang? Do you believe in
no, I don't believe in the Big Bang, no.
What about the so you don't believe in the cosmic, but do you believe in the primordial ooze, the soup?
Hello?
Okay, so when you say that, I translate that as plasma, and when you talk about this primordial soup, if you're talking about undifferentiated matter, plasma being free radicals floating around in what we call space-time, then most definitely.
Well, it's the thing is that I'm trying to get an understanding of your narrative, because there's pretty much only two. There's the biblical narrative, or there's what you would call the Babylonian. And the Babylonian narrative is that there was a salty ooze, which is the same thing as evolution. It's all the same. And life came out of that. So it sounded more like to me that you guys actually take on the Babylonian aspect of things.
Well, no, I would say that it's similar to, so I would say not similar, there's parallels, right? So God forms man from dust, breath of life.
So that's what I want. That's what I want to hear. So you believe that God, so you that's what I'm trying to understand. So life.
So all right. So God, okay, what all this is like, okay, so dust, right? So you have dust, and then you have like the breath of life in me. Delegated divine beings appear, which you would say in Psalms 82, where you have like these kind of like angelic things, and then throughout the whole thing. So the bottom line is that it's not necessarily evolution, but like that this God or this ordained thing. I don't believe in evolution. I'm sorry. You can't. No, I don't believe. We did not like come from apes. We did not like go from a fish to an ape.
So you believe that there was because like I said, it's a lot of people don't know this, and I'm willing to share it. I speak with a lot of people who are outside of the Bible, and they all believe in it, regardless if they don't know it or not. It's the Sumerian or the Babylonian aspect of thing, or like the Eridu Genesis, or what we would consider to be the Anunnaki. If you know it or not, it's pretty much the same thing as where it's like an legion of deities or lesser beings, or what you would consider, like what you just said, it was a group and they all built and created life. And that's pretty much this, because when I sit back and I listen to the story, the story of Ephi, it all goes back to what we would call Babylonian. And I don't disagree that our ancestors were out here doing that.
No. Like in Ephi, humans were hold on, let me say this. In Ephi, humans were intentionally created. Obatala molds human bodies from clay, like the earth, right? Olodumare gives life into the human body, the breath of life. Humanity appears as humanity, not from animals or from some other thing. So there is a
you don't believe in the primordial serpent Damballa?
No, I don't. That's not a part of. I don't know what that is. No. So in Ifa, no, there's no.
Do you know Damballa?
No. Obatala. No, Obatala molded humans from clay and breathed life into it.
So according to the West,
there's no serpent or something that. But there's different African traditions. We're talking about like Ifa. We're not talking about like whatever the Damballa is. That might be from another culture. I'm
sure you're familiar with Damballa. So Laurel, do you agree with the Damballa or?
Oh no, not necessarily.
But are you familiar with Damballa?
Yeah,
Damballa's Haitian Loa.
They say that has
right. I told her that's not Ifa. Yeah, see, voodoo, you cannot like lump Ifa and voodoo together. That's a big mistake.
However, he's definitely Congo related.
No, you can't group them all together because it's like claiming that Islam is Hebrewism, or Gnosticism is Islam or Hebrewism. So like they might be interrelated, but they're not the same thing.
Okay. So
in E5,
in Zombie is Damballa.
Like the making of the land, and then Obatala made humans out of clay, and then or the land, molded.
So you guys actually teach this. Because like my thing is that a lot of people say they believe in this, but I'm gonna have to stand up and say I believe that you guys believe in probably Laurel, can you tell me, do you stand with the evolution or not? Do you believe that humans the science of evolution?
No,
No, in order to believe in evolution, you have to like to believe that humans came from animals and then they eventually evolved into humans. No, we have a definite creation story where you have a Obatala creating humans out of like the actual,
So
Earth.
I'm,
it
I'm
pretty
saying
much
what I'm
sounds
saying
like
is
the
like
same
the
narrative as the
origin
Bible.
story of our ancestors is what it is, right? That's
It
one
sounds
thing.
like the same thing that it comes from the Bible, because it says here that they came from grain or sand, so like you said, the dust, and then he breathed life into them. Now the
Right,
thing is,
Obatala, like Obatala. See,
okay, so my thing
Obatala
is, it
is
sounds like,
similar to. Hold on, Obatala will be similar to the the god of like
Yeah, he'd be like Yahweh.
so why did you want to take on the narrative of this, just because you believe this is older? You believe that the so-called white man is who taught us the Bible? Is that why you wanted to go?
absolutely not. No, that's I took on this because it's so there is a point where Christianity goes one way or Hebrewism goes one way and Ephod goes a different way. So there is a separation.
In what way does if I go a different way?
Is
Because
when
like,
you go into divination and the aspect of divination in each person's life.
well, my
And
question is how does divination, and we got a visitor here. Just one sec. How you doing, Most High Blessed King? How you say your name, Naga?
King Naga.
King Naga.
Peace
Okay,
and
just one
blessing to
second.
y'all. Peace.
Okay, just give me one second. Let me ask this question. Okay, so when we go into divination, how is this helping the people that are currently practicing this right now? Since
okay,
are they meant to be in despair? Why?
I want to get like to the point where when she gets to asking like, how is this helping anybody, and this, that, the other. I want to get into that. So she's gonna ask like, how is this helping anybody? And then that's when it goes crazy after this. It's like, what? Like, here we go.
Why can't the divination help them get out
Can I say something, please?
of starvation?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I? All right. What I wanted to say is that when we get into Obatala didn't create man and woman. He created the Orishas. He created the seven Orishas or the seven major Orishas. That's whom Obatala created. Now, when we get into the creation story of Adam and Eve, that's something totally different. That's something totally different than what the Ifa or the Yoruba religion or the West African tradition or any of those spiritual systems deal with, because we do not deal with religion, we deal with spiritual systems. And I think that's where everything getting confused, because it's like it's supposed to be a belief system when a lot of initiated people that's been in some of these spiritual systems, they actually know what they're talking about.
No. Obatala did make the man. Obatala did.
Well, I want, well, I want you, what I want you to do, I want you to pull that up, because I could pull up where he didn't create that. He created first. He created
Okay, hold on. Let
Yimi
me.
Ya. That was. Hold on. He created Yimi Ya first. That was the first Orisha, and then from then on, Yimi Ya created all the other Orishas. That's why she stood as the great mother of the Orishas, Yimi Ya.
So
Not
let me tell you.
Oshun, not Oya.
Right.
That's not
Go ahead, mother.
Okay. So Obatala did create man, but then as he was
He
creating
didn't
man,
create man.
listen, stop. He
No.
got drunk. And that's how. Hold on, this is the story. This is the story. He got drunk creating people, and that's how you get retarded people and crazy people, and that's
I just
exactly so.
excuse
That's
me,
how
mother.
that's
I
the
don't mean
actual
this. Hold
story.
on, wait. Hold on, no. I am initiated into that spiritual practice,
I'm
okay?
initiated as
And
well.
I'm not. I'm. Oh, whoa. No. I don't. I want to know who your Babalawo is.
Who is
If
his
they
Baba?
taught you that nonsense, I want to know who your Babalawo is.
Sins.
That taught you that Obatala created man on earth. He
No,
didn't.
sis. Prophets,
Obatala
Wait,
created the Orishas.
that's what
The
he said.
no,
Obatala created the Orishas.
wait, unconscious, like chill, bro.
He didn't
Because
create. All right. Okay. All right.
what
Okay.
are you talking about? You
All
said
right.
you're initiated, and you don't know that Obatala was creating man, and at some point, as he was, and then that's also because Obatala was creating all the men the same, and then that's where Eshu came in, and then he walked through the people, and then people were like, he that's how you got like the variety of men, because one group he was saying, oh, he's red, he looks like this, the other people say he looks like that. But actually, Obatala did
Who
create
is your
man.
Babalawo? Or who is your
My
Babalawo?
Babalawo is deceased,
Who
sir.
taught you
But
this?
listen, no, listen. My Babalawo is deceased.
Because
Okay, so
that's false information right there.
all
I
right.
mean,
So
I mean,
and
I'm not being disrespectful,
so
but
who? So what? So was it? So
also
who? Hold on, stop. Who made man then? Oduduwa, Ifa, Obatala, or Oromila? Which one?
I'm gonna tell you like this. As far as what I know,
Listen,
what
stop.
made
It's,
me was my
listen, there's
mother and my
Olarum.
father.
Hold on. Listen, there's
Now
Olarum.
listen, no.
No, I'm trying to tell you, there's the heavens. Olarum. There is Olodumare, the Olarum, the heavens. Olodumare, Olarum, Obatala, Oduduwa, and then uh,
Stop.
uh
Please stop. Stop. Please stop. Stop what you're doing.
so
Just
tell
leave
me
it
who,
alone.
who created man? Like, bro, what are you talking about? You know what? Let me just
Man
bring
created man. Man created man.
you are
What's the
making
only
up
thing that comes?
Correct.
Just listen. Hold on. Let's listen to what I'm saying. What only came through an agency of a man or a woman? Another man or a woman. That's the only thing that came through that aspect. So when you ask me where did I come from, I came from my mother and my father, but I came through the womb of my mother, so my mother is my God. Now everything that I learned from her, based upon her oral tradition, whether she's a Christian, whether she's a Muslim, whether she any of that, that's my foundation of my belief system
Listen, I think
until
that
I
you're.
go into a
I
path
think
of knowing.
you have to be playing with me right now. You have to be joking. You
Who
cannot
me?
be. You cannot be real.
No,
What
you
you're
joking with me right
saying that
now.
you are initiated and you don't
Cause
know
you dealing with
about
folklore,
law.
but you dealing with folklore. You dealing with
What the hell
folklore.
are you talking about, bro? You have to
You
be
dealing
like
with folklore.
right. All right, here we go.
You dealing with folklore.
or
That's just like
tradition.
talking about the 300
In the
Spartans.
beginning,
You know what I'm
there
saying? We
was no
ain't see
land,
that shit. We never
there were
saw
no
that.
trees, no animals, and no humans. Below was only water and swamp, stretching endlessly. Above was the sky, where Olodumare ruled, and living with Olodumare in the sky were the Orishas, who are powerful beings, each with their own role. Some controlled thunder, some controlled iron, and some ruled the sea. But yet, even with all that power, something was missing. And the one who felt it the most was Obatala. Obatala was different from the other Orishas because he was calm and he was thoughtful. He liked shaping things with his hands. He was always thinking about what could be better. One day, Obatala began to feel restless. The sky was perfect, yes, but it was always the same. Nothing ever changed. Nothing grew. And so he went to Olodumare. And as tradition demanded, Obatala prostrated fully. Baba, he said, I am grateful for all we have here, but I believe there can be more. I want to go down and create something new. Olodumare listened carefully and then he said, before you do anything, go and see Orunmila because wisdom must come before creation. Orunmila was Olodumare's first son. He was the Orisha of wisdom and destiny. He saw what others could not see. Many Orisha avoided him because knowledge like his made even the gods uncomfortable. When Obatala approached his own, the door opened widely even before he knocked. Orunmila smiled and he said, I know why you are here. And so Obatala explained his plan to Orunmila. Orunmila agreed to help him, but not without a warning. You will succeed, Orunmila said, but beware of anything that does the mind, because creation requires clarity. Then he gave Obatala instructions. He told him to gather a long golden chain, a snake shell filled with sand, a white hen, a black cat, and a palm nut. These things may not make sense now, Orunmila said, but they will. All the Orishas contributed gold, and from it, a long chain was made, long enough to reach from the sky to the world below. So, with the items secured, Obatala began his journey. The descent was long and tiring. The winds were cold. The journey took days, but finally, his feet reached the end of the chain, and below him was nothing else but water. Obatala poured the sand from the snake shell onto the surface of the water. A small patch of land appeared. Then he released the white hen. The hens crashed and scattered the sand, spreading land in all directions. Mountains rose, valleys formed, dry land appeared where water once rolled. Obatala planted the palm nuts, and palm trees grew immediately. He then named the land Ife. Obatala stayed on the land. At first, he enjoyed the quietness, but soon loneliness set in. So, he decided to create beings like himself, humans. He searched for the best clay and began molding human figures. As he walked, he drank palm wine. At first, just a little, and then a little more. The wine clouded his mind, but his hands kept working. When he finished, he called on Olodumare to breathe life into them, and Olodumare did. The figures stood up and became human. The next morning, Obatala woke up sober and he wept because some humans were not formed as he intended to. Only then did he remember Orunmila's warning when he said, beware of the liquid that does the mind.
And so this is where you get beware of alcohol. This is like where you talk about alcohol and stuff like that. That Obatala was creating humans, and as he was creating them, that he was drinking, and some of the people were jacked up, you know, and that's why Obatala is the Orisha that handles people with disabilities and like problems and whatever, you know, mental issues and this, that, the other. So, all right. So unconscious, you just said that I was wrong. So what are you going to say about that? So what do you say? You can unmute now. Go ahead. So what are you saying about this? Hello? Hello? So this is the story of Obatala. You just told me that Obatala was not the one that created man and molded them out of clay, made some people fucked up, was drinking, and that's why you got people that's off, like some people that's fucked up, some people that's cool. So what?
I think.
Now?
Can y'all hear me now?
Well, Babalawo is gonna say that was not the story. Like I don't know. What are we saying? Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that when we look at actual African traditional spirituality, It didn't deal with gods as people or persons. It dealt with gods or these certain type of energies as energy systems. If you look at um the major gods or the major deities of the Yoruba, there's seven of them. You got seven chakras. If you look at the major Norse gods, it's seven of them. We got
One of the
seven
Norris.
chakras. Yeah, hold on.
No. I'm sorry. You're talking about the Norse gods. I'm talking about Ifa. We are talking about African spirituality. We're not talking about the Norse.
Oh, man.
What are you talking about, sir? Are you drunk? Like, what are we saying here?
Could I add on for a second?
Go ahead.
And if it bothers people, it bothers people. First and foremost, the man in High Castle, Reverend Green, would like to present that the creation myth, the Yoruba creation myth, by the way of Obatala, is very modern. It borrowed from the Quran creation myth of how Allah molded man into clay, from clay.
So you're saying that Yoruba comes from Abrahamic faith?
The volume was
You
away.
need to hear me clearly. I said the Yoruba creation myth by the way of Obatala, which is very new in the scheme of things, was borrowed because Ifa, by the way of the creation myth of Obatala, is 12th century. This empire was risen in the 12th century. The Holy Quran was already in that area in the 7th century.
Oh.
No, honey, no. The story of Obatala is not
This
a
is
new
what
story.
we see. We're gonna
It's-
keep going
it's-
back and forth, but
No,
must acknowledge that they were already
no.
over there. And see, this is an ongoing theme. It's a recurring theme. It's called a motif. This motif was borrowed from the Holy Quran, as from the creation myth in the Holy Quran.
Can you share with me the actual source of where
You don't have to take me on 100% face value just to prove it.
So all right,
Just prove it.
All right, no, the story of Obatala is not a new story. Okay, it's an ancient foundational narrative within the Yoruba religion and mythology of West Africa. Is one of the oldest and most respected Orisha deities. Obatala
What year is Yoruba?
What year is okay? The word Yoruba. Okay, let's let.
What year is the Yoruba Empire?
What does that have to do with anything?
See again, Yoruba risen up in the 12th century.
Man,
there were no Yoruba before that.
That's crazy. This dude is don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Okay, hey. Just like there was no Nigeria before 1965, 1960.
Goodness.
Oh, why, bro?
All right, so hold on. So first of all, the Yoruba, there were initial people in Yoruba, and then there were also the people that actually landed in Ile Ife that came later. So you have like
here we go. Now the inconsistencies.
The Nank people. All right, so what are you getting at? What's the point of what you're saying?
It's not to break people's hearts. It's not to break no one's hearts.
No one thinks that you're trying to break their hearts. Okay.
Okay, good.
You're saying things without any. Show me the research, bro.
I'm never going to source
based on what book, bro?
Disprove me. But you already found the inconsistencies.
Disprove me. So why the fuck are you talking? If you can't
see how you're already cussing. I'm not cussing.
No, I'm cussing because you are.
I didn't mean to touch your heart like that.
No, you're not touching my heart, but you're just you're yelling and you're loud. You don't
I'm
have to
yelling.
curse. You don't have to curse to be abrasive and ridiculous. Okay, just because you're not cursing does not mean you are not being abrasive and
What did I
over
say
the top.
wrong?
First of all, you listen. You are interrupting me. Everything I say, you're interrupting. You're cutting in, and so you don't have to fucking say something a curse to me. Just what you're just how you talk is abrasive enough that it's disrespectful.
What did I say wrong?
Everything you said was wrong because you didn't show a source.
You already found that the Knock Empire is very early in the scheme of things.
And what does that? What? Okay, so if the Knock Empire
So the Yoruba, like I said, 12th century, there was no Yoruba before that.
So does that mean there was no?
Yes,
people?
there was other things before that, but there was no Yoruba.
No, that means because first of all, Yoruba, the word Yoruba is a European
Is a people
name.
and a tribe.
No, it's not even a tribe. That was a European
It's a
name.
tribe and
Listen,
a
they
people.
weren't even called the Yoruba. That's a European
There was
name.
no Yoruba language
Okay.
before the 12th century.
Listen, you're talking about that there was no people that there was there. So like what
There
are we
was
saying?
no Yoruba people
All right, I'm not
before
gonna
the
argue.
12th century.
All right, so all right, there was no Yoruba people. It was just empty land in West Africa.
No, there was people, but there was no Yoruba people. There was no
All right,
Yoruba.
so
There was
until
other
the
indigenous
cracker
people.
said that that's what they
weren't
were
speak-
fucking. So were there
Why
people
does it
living
have to be
in
the
West
cracker?
Africa?
Why does it have to be the
Listen,
cracker?
were there people living in West Africa before they were called Yoruba? Yes or no?
There was people who were
Okay,
indigenous
so
and they were
just
not
because
Yoruba.
someone didn't call them Yoruba,
They were not Yoruba.
just because they were not called Yoruba doesn't mean they didn't fucking exist. There were people there. And they had culture, they had civilization, they had gods, they believed in things. I can't stand when people substantiate things on what white people say that whatever when they figured out what it was. And then be loud and abrasive about it. You loud as fuck with your mic and shit. Oh, well, there was no Yoruba culture. Well, no, that's when the white people figured out there was a Yoruba culture. And they called it Yoruba culture. But there were people there and they believed in something and they had like a culture, sir. Just because they didn't name it this and name it that, whatever. And see how he keeps interrupting the fuck out of me every time I say something. Every time I say something, he talks exactly when I'm talking to block what I'm saying. I don't like that shit, bro. And then he says he's not like being. You might not be cursing at me, but what you're doing is you are using defensive speech to where like the moment you see I'm about to say something, you say something. Man, fuck that, bro. You're not fixing to come on my channel and disrespect me, bro. Yeah, goodbye, sir. Peace. Yeah, he's ignorant. What the fuck do you mean that they didn't have no Yoruba people before the 14th century? Because the white man didn't say that it existed? Why do you ever say about the white man? Because you want to quantify whether something existed or not based on written or a written doctrine or written this or when the white people discovered it. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Stop playing with me. Y'all gonna learn at some point not to keep coming up on here talking shit and fucking with me, bro. I'm not playing that shit, man. I'm not playing that bullshit. Anyways, go ahead, guys. All right, I'm sorry. I'm done with that. Let's go.
Can't let them pull you into a debate when it's unnecessary.
Yeah, like I mean, just because I don't know, he probably jacking off right now.
Can't let him pull you into a debate, especially when he doesn't know what he's talking about. Man, I've heard several people comment, "That's crazy." Just from their perspective alone, the one brother said he's initiated, and he has no idea what the hell he's talking about. He don't
He's
need
not.
to
He's
speak.
not. You cannot be initiated. You don't know what the fuck
Nah,
you're talking about, bro.
no idea what he's speaking on whatsoever. We need to keep it and stay out of the mix. I'm man. I wish I had been on the original when they was the like
Oh
coming.
no, honey, it got real crazy, bro. Like, listen, it got so insane and ridiculous,
Yeah, I wish I
so
had.
disrespectful, so mad and so mad, disrespect. I was like, man, like, I mean, I'm like, why did you bring me on this thing? Because you thought that you were gonna try to make me look stupid, or you
That
thought
was
that
the
you
that was the premise. I believe that's what it was. It was an attack from the get go.
Well, that's
100%.
always so.
Listen, so let's go.
Just
It actually can. It actually can. But the thing is that everybody don't practice it. And number two, everybody don't listen to what they're being told. Number three is that uh at the end of the day, divination is looked down upon and like as a witchcraft. So when you have a whole society of people that think of divination as an evil thing, especially when it comes to E5 divination, oh well, this is a witchcrafty type of thing, then you're not going to understand that there's a scientific. Let me go back into it. So she asked, "Well, why haven't if we're doing this, why haven't we gotten better?" Here, and then she's going to double down on the same question. If we are all if we could have been doing this in divination, why aren't we in a better situation than we are? Well, honey, you can ask the same fucking question about being a Hebrew Israelite. If your shit is the shit, then why the fuck aren't we reading the Bible and doing better? You know, I don't understand why they want to hold a candle on one thing about something and not actually look inside their own belief and ask the same fucking. If you were Hebrew Israelites, why the fuck did you get captured? Oh, because you guys disobeyed and then God. Okay, so that's your solution. That's your reason. So because y'all have like this like fake ass reason as to why y'all fell from grace because you guys were disobedient for doing sorcery and divination. Like, okay, let's go into it. Let's go.
into them.
I just, I
Now,
just,
and
I
then
just, I
That's
just,
not. Like,
I
go ahead.
just, I just wanted to say something right quick. Yes,
Yeah.
I have been initiated. My first initiation when I was 5 years old. And that was into the Apostolic Pentecostal Christianity Church.
Okay, you got
Okay, let me
baptized.
get that out the way.
All right,
All
that's your
right.
first. Right.
Then I got into the Isheshe. I got initiated into the Isheshe. It was a 10-day initiation ritual. Then I got into the Palo Mayambe, and that was a 15-day ritual plus another 30-day
Wait,
ritual
I'm
that
not
I
gonna
had to
stop you
go.
right. I'm gonna stop you right there. Thank you.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money.
Thank you for that donation. That will surely go to my StreamYard account fund
No
because
doubt, that's what's
you know
up.
what? This shit is not free to do this. Doing these shows are not free. I gotta pay my StreamYard account. I gotta pay my internet. So thank you so
That's
much.
right.
Support. Shouts out to Harris Duncan. You know, let's
This
go. Go
my
ahead.
this my first time here. I don't know. Are you from Detroit? Are you from the city?
Yeah, yep. But I grew up. I was born in New Jersey, but you know,
Mm-hmm.
I call Detroit my home. That is some of the.
All
I
right.
lived a very long time in Detroit. This is probably like one of the most significant places I've lived. So yeah, I
That's
claim it.
what's up. That's what's up. Was you able to make it to the fight Sunday?
No, like nah, no. I live in Dallas right now, but I still claim
Oh,
Detroit.
okay. All
Once
right.
you got Detroit in your heart, it's always there. Go ahead. So what you gonna say?
Right. No, that was like I said. I'm not. I didn't come over here to try to like debate nobody. It's just that when it comes to African traditional spirituality, where we trying to go right now in black consciousness or whatever, you know, it kind of leans towards my heart. And what I don't like to do is argue about it. I want to talk to people that actually done the work, that they actually like been initiated, talked to Babalawo, that they actually done it. I don't need no conjecture because I've been initiated. So a lot of things that people are talking about, I can relate to it, but I'm like, okay, where do you get your information from? Who's your teacher? You know what I'm saying? That's the only
Okay,
reason
so
why I
I
was
can tell you
asking
who my
last.
teacher. Okay, my teacher is Baba Baba damn
My teacher,
Arrest
Baba Red.
Baba Arreste, and he passed away. He lived to be a great 79 years old, and he's a
Mm-hmm.
Cuban Babalao, and I went to Cuba to get initiated. All right, so I
Who's
didn't
your
go
Baba
there.
Lao now? Who you getting your spiritual teachings from? Who you getting your spiritual
First, I
foods
did
right
the
now from?
listen. I'm initiated. Okay,
All right. Okay, I take your word for it.
do you understand? So I
But
don't need no
all
Babalao
right.
to teach me nothing no more. But I do
But what
have
I'm
God.
saying,
Hold on, stop. I have godparents that I do consult with from time to time. So if you
that's
understand
what's
how
up.
things really work,
I know
yes,
how that works.
you
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
So you know that I
Yeah.
have a family. I have a family in Cuba that whenever there's an issue. Now I don't practice Ishe. I practice Lukumi, and so that's exactly what
Lukumi.
happened.
Okay. All right. 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 Okay. So I know about Lukumi. I know about that. That's something that I dealt more when it came to the Cuban. I dealt with the Palo Mayambe. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? I
Now
dealt
you
more
know
with that. Yeah. I dealt with the Palo
I was
Mayambe and the
I
traditional
was not.
voodoo.
Most people say, "Well, you're supposed to get scratched," but I was not called to get scratched. I went straight into Oya. Oya is my Hitarisha, and so my lineage goes in the Oreste family. And if you know about the Orestes in Cuba, then you know that that is a real like lineage and everything like that. So yeah,
You got more of a Ogun energy than a Oya energy. I mean, you really like. I'm just reading your energy right now. You like got more of a. I think Ogun more is your heart, and Oye is your head. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever dealt with Ogun? Because you really got that Ogun spirit. Do you
most,
work? Do you work
most
around?
most people will say that. Most people say that initially, but you know when I got initiated, it was Ogun and Shango. I mean, sorry, Oya and Shango. So I have
Yeah.
Oya at my head and Shango at my feet. So I'm like, I'm Oya and Shango.
All right, cause it's like we got like three. When we go into our zodiac, we got a sun, a moon, and an ascendant. That means we got a mind, a heart, and a soul, a faith, feet, or mind, spirit, body, all going to threes. So yeah, you pretty much on it though. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
So
I'm
there
not
is.
gonna say
Listen, I'm a Gemini. Oh yeah, makes sense, right?
I'm
But
an
I also have.
Aquarius. You
But
know.
hold on. Listen, I have Oya and I'm a Gemini. That's air. All right, and then
Yeah.
I'll Sagittarius ascendant. That makes sense about Shango. So all this stuff really lines up. If you know, so I have fire and air. That's pretty much where I go. So yeah,
Yeah.
not so
Yeah, but
much.
I just but the only reason, like I said, the only reason why, like I saw, like her title actually came up in my stream in my feed. I was just looking for something for boxing. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see the highlights of the fight. So her stream came up and talked about African spirituality and witchcraft and stuff, and I thought that, I figure I could have that conversation. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's a
Right. Well, you
conversation
can
that
have
needs to be had.
you can have the conversation, but like, listen, you have to understand that I have been like enough people have been trying to fuck with me, and I'm like, no, stop fucking with me, bro.
Right, 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 right.
Because
But you from the city, you my sister. I would never fuck with you. You
I
we
don't play that
family.
shit. Like I'm not. I don't play.
Yeah,
Listen.
you good.
fucking with me.
Yeah, right. I ain't come over here for no problems. I didn't come over here to disrupt your channel or anything. I just saw the title and I wanted to add on. That's it, mother. That's it. That's all I wanted to do.
Right. So you
I
have
didn't
no
come over
idea
here to debate.
the bullshit that I just this live right here, how
I can imagine.
and how disrespectful it got. Like
Yeah.
I'm on 10 right now. I'm like, dude, this is ridiculous. Why would you ask me to come to your channel and be allowing people to like be on this bullshit? It's ridiculous, stupid.
Yeah.
You want to, all right,
I,
either you're going to ask me a question and get the answer, or you want to just focus on what the hell you think that you know about the shit, and she don't know what the fuck she's talking about. And then she gets mad at the person.
and that's what I saw a lot of on that platform. And I was just trying to jump in. I saw a lot of people talking about things. It was more or less that everybody wanted to debate instead of trying to have a conversation about what the topic was.
But you know
It's
what?
like
All this stems from because I beat the other Hebrew Israelite in the debate a long time ago. So you had a bunch of Hebrew Israelites been waiting for me to get on a thing so they could like debate me. And she asked me on a panel for a discussion, but she really wanted a debate. So I'm thinking I'm having a discussion and she's coming to debate. I'm like, well, listen, if you want to have a debate, I will debate you all the way through, but don't ask me to come up here for a discussion and want for a debate. Don't play with me like that.
right,
That's
right,
why I was
right,
like, okay.
right.
So let's go. Here we go. The rest of this bullshit. Obatala. See?
Okay. So my thing is, it sounds like
similar to, hold on. Obatala would be similar to the god of like, you know,
Yeah, he'd be like Yahweh.
so
The
why
demiurge.
did you want to take on the narrative of this just because you believe this is older? You believe that the so-called white man is who taught us the Bible? Is that why you wanted
absolutely
to?
not. No, I took on this because it's so there is a
Yeah,
point where Christianity goes one way or Hebrewism goes one way and Ifa goes a different way. So
Can I
there
say
is
can
a
I say something
separation.
right
In what way does
can I say
Esau
something
go
right
a
quick?
different way?
Go ahead, yeah.
I just want to say this is that they got something called Santeria. And Santeria was formed because the people that came from West Africa that came over here had to go into Catholicism. So they hid a lot of these saints inside of inside the Catholic Church, like Saint Christopher, Saint, all these different saints, and all those are actual Orishas or Loas or deities from our people that we had to disguise when it came to the Catholic Church in the Caribbean. That's where the
So let
Santeria
me
come from. That's
I
why
got
it's called
so
Santeria.
all right, so I got initiated in Cuba. All right. I actually got initiated in Cuba. And I will tell you this is that when you go and get initiated in Cuba, like you think it's about that, but what happens is that yes, they had to hide what they were doing in the Catholic Church, but they very much so are E5. So
Yeah.
let's not conflate that. So I got initiated in Cuba and got the picture to show it. So yes, and then they give you an entire history lesson of why they had to hide things, what they had to do,
Yeah.
take you to the
Yeah.
church.
A
So
lot a lot of a lot of the African spirituality or deities has been put inside metaphysics also, just like the chakras in the body, the seven
but this
lamps
is
and
but no,
revelations,
they're not
all
actually
types of things like that.
they're not worshiping the saints.
I can show it.
They just used the saints just to hide what they were doing so that the slave masters or whoever would not know what they were doing. So let's get that straight. They were not
They also
worshiping.
But they also hid it inside of the books. They also hid it inside of religions. They also, because you got an esoteric and you got an exoteric. You got two different things that is being taught to people. You got this feel good religion that you got Islam and Christianity and Judaism, and then you got another side that you got Kabbalah and you got Catholicism Catholicism, and you got Sufism. Those are other systems of the same religion. It's just a different. It's just a esoteric side. It's dealing with a metaphysical side, and it's so that came from how we dealt with spiritual systems. We gave a lot of people to feel good, but we only had to take certain type of initiates inside of the grandmaster work.
Yeah, but you're
You
rambling,
understand
sir.
what I'm saying?
We're talking. You're all over the place. We're talking
I'm
about
sorry. I apologize.
so you're rambling. Okay,
I
we're talking about
apologize. Maybe I
talking about
am, but
we're talking about Ifa. We're talking about like the Ifa
yeah.
tradition. We're not going into Sufism and all these other different things.
Okay, okay.
You
All
gotta
right,
like
all right.
stay focused.
The,
Stay focused. Okay.
yeah, the only thing I was saying is that there are two different spectrums that they teach people. They teach them the esoteric and they teach them the esoteric, the
All right.
sex and the sesox. You know, it's a different type of spelling. They teach people a different type of way, and they teach initiates a different type of way.
Right. Understood. Is
That's
when
right.
you
Yeah.
go into divination and the
All
aspect
right.
of divination in each person's life.
Well, my
And
question
Right.
is
Right.
how does divination, and we got a visitor here. Just one sec. How you doing, Most High Blessed King? How you say your name, Naga?
King
This
Naga.
King Naga.
Peace
Okay,
and
just
blessing
one
to
second.
y'all. Peace, peace.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Let me ask this question. Okay, so we go into divination. How is this helping the people that are currently practicing this right now? Since they,
okay,
I mean, are they meant to be
Cut up.
in despair? Why can't the divination help them get out of the despair that they're in, the starvation,
it
the
actually
hunger?
can. It actually can. But the thing is that everybody don't practice it. And number two, everybody don't listen to what they're being told. Number three is that uh at the end of the day, divination is looked down upon and like as a witchcraft. So when you have a whole society of people that think of divination as an evil thing, especially when it comes to Ifa divination, oh well, this is a witchcrafty type of thing, then you're not going to understand that there's a scientific method behind the whole thing. There's a reason why, and then ancient African traditions are not just only based on just divination, but like I said, the divination aspect, and then the actual understanding of.
Wisdom.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to just add on to what you said, the actual wisdom behind what they saying, because I think a lot of us forget that Africans or so-called African people have always had God with them. They have never been without God. So when you read stories like Deuteronomy 28 or things like that, those stories are telling you to not to stray from your ancestors' traditions and customs. And when you take on the traditions and customs of other people, you go through an identity crisis, which is a death, right? If you ask Africans, they'll tell you that the riches of Africa is not in the soil, but in the history of the people. That's the true treasure of Africa is the unbroken history, the fact that these people can recite lineage that goes back thousands, if not tens of thousands of years, if you understand the symbologies and the metaphors. You know what I'm saying? So when you read the Bible, understand that you don't necessarily have to be the people in the book. You have to learn the lesson that comes from the people in the book. And we as a people of African descent can learn from the Bible because those people took on the religions and the beliefs of other people. Our ancestors had Ifa. This is what we had. So I'm saying there was never nothing wrong with what our ancestors had. Or oppressors demonized it. And I'm saying you haven't had a chance to indulge in your own ancestral stuff like you have in Abrahamic faith. And I'm just saying, just give your ancestors stuff a try. You don't
But
necessarily
my
have
thing is,
to.
with all this, not to cut you off, brother, but with all this knowledge and all this time, how can a group of people come in and take something away from them? With
The biggest problem is that you think of
hold
a
on,
group.
I didn't get no. It is because if you got a mass of people who are living and been living, you say, for tens of thousands of years and have been utilizing this practice, I believe that shouldn't the divination have given them some form of warning, giving them some form of knowledge? I mean, they
divination.
Well, I'm saying, sister, think about this.
Because this is where we're having a huge disconnect, is because you're saying that these people were here, they're minding their own business, living their life, and then this group of people just came in and just told them, hey, what you're doing is evil, stop. And then they just completely stopped and lost completely all of their knowledge of and history of everything.
They didn't stop.
But you said that they stopped doing it because
they didn't stop. It wouldn't exist if they stopped. It wouldn't exist today.
When I say they stopped, I'm talking about us.
But let me say this, because I did ask, why are they in the state that they're in now? And you say because they're not doing it anymore.
But I mean,
who said that? I didn't say that. Did I say that?
I did.
That's easily answered. Just if you use the example of the Bible itself, right? There's an example.
You don't need to use the Bible. Let's leave the Bible out of it.
Let me just say this. The biggest question is that, listen, if you guys have a tool to forecast the future, why are we in the condition we are today? But listen, a doctor can put a person through an MRI machine and they can tell them they have cancer, but the cancer could still kill the person. People think that Ifa is a fortune-telling tool when it's actually a diagnostic machine, right? So Ifa, instead of you think of it as like something that can see into the future, imagine it's something that could like delve deeper into something and find out the root of the problem, right? Or if there is a problem, right? So all Ifa is a x-ray machine. So you might be like, my leg is hurting. You might not know why your leg is hurting. All Ifa does is say, well, your leg is hurting because you have a broken bone. Just like a x-ray machine will do. Now, knowing you have a broken bone and actually fixing the broken bone are two different things. It's up to you to do what you have to do to wait for that bone to heal or do what you have to do. Ifa is not a fortune-telling machine. It is almost like an x-ray machine that might tell you, hey, there's a problem. So I think that people have a big misconception of what they think Ifa is. They think it is a fortune-telling, future-predicting, sorcerer, like whatever machine. It's not. That's not what it is. It is a diagnostic tool that lets you know that there's an issue. So people got told there was an issue. I'm sure that when whatever was going on, when people were like, coming onto the coast and there was a whole thing that like there's something about to happen, right? They got told, hey, something is happening here. Something's going wrong. And if you don't do anything about what's going wrong, then guess what? Something happens about what's going wrong. So if I have a broken leg and the doctor does an x-ray and says, hey, listen, you have a fracture in your leg, and I keep playing basketball and then my leg jacks up even more, that's what it is. It's not a tool of like this, what you think it is. It's not exactly what that is. Let's go. Did you have something to say about that? Because she's asking me, well, if you guys had this tool that could tell you what was going to happen, then how come you didn't use it to get out of the situation?
Let me say this, because I did ask, why are they in the state that they're in now? And you say because they're not doing it anymore.
But I mean,
who said that? I didn't say that. Did I say that?
I
No,
did. I
I'm
said
saying that's easily answered. Just if you use the example of the Bible itself, right? There's an
you don't
example
need to
of
use the Bible. Let's leave the Bible out of it. Let's just use Ephi. Let's not even use the Bible. Let's just use Ephi.
right.
Let's not touch, don't quote any scriptures from the Bible. Leave
Right.
it alone. Let's
Well,
just talk about Ephi. I don't want to talk about
Yeah.
the Bible. So according
Yeah,
to Ephi,
and that's what I'm saying. Like, so and then we have to chunk that up to a matter of subjectivity, right?
you can't
Because
use
if
the Bible because the Bible is not. That's not. That
yeah, we're
has
not
nothing.
using we're
It
not using
doesn't
the Bible.
exist according to
Yeah,
your.
we're not using the
It doesn't
Bible.
exist. But you
So
keep
so
quoting
if,
scriptures and stuff like that.
yeah,
So I don't
I
want to
haven't
quote
I haven't quoted one scripture yet.
you did. You said Deuteronomy 28. You used.
Well, that was like 10, 20 minutes ago.
But no, that was based. No, hold on. That was based on what you said that you were like asking.
No, I just
that
want to know. So according, so my thing
hold on,
is,
hold on. Let me just say this. When we talked, you said that you would be asking about Deuteronomy 28 and how, if we, so that's why he brought up Deuteronomy 28 because
Well,
I showed him that.
I brought up Deuteronomy 28 is because of the nature of divination and the looking down upon it as if it's something that we're doing wrong, or Ephi culture as if it's something wrong, or it's as if it's witchcraft, when it's obviously not witchcraft, because you know a tree by its fruit. So with that being said, you haven't seen genocide and all of these other atrocities come from Ephi. You haven't seen those things, so that's clearly not the spirit that Ephi comes in. You see what I'm saying? So we got to at least give it the benefit of the doubt, because Ephi has not committed mass murders across the planet in the name of Optala or Oleron or Oshun or any other deities, right? So, you know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna have to cut you off with that because we know. I don't want to bring. I told the sister I wasn't gonna talk about the practices, but my thing is that's not true. A lot of people come into the name of the Bible, but that doesn't mean they're actually for the Bible.
I agree with that.
Like how you don't believe in the Bible, you don't stand for the Bible, but you're quoting it. And just because you can quote scriptures and people can say things about it,
You say I don't believe in it.
You can't. I mean,
no, it ain't a matter of my belief. It ain't a matter of belief.
It is because you're telling everybody that I don't. Okay, so what is your stance on the Bible? Because you're saying that do you follow African spirituality?
I think the Bible is great if you are trying to learn morals and standards, and I think they're universal morals and standards. If you go in almost any organized group of humans on the planet, so I think it's useful in that manner. But as far as our ancestral knowledge, I tend to listen to my ancestors' knowledge because I don't want to be palling around in somebody else's backyard looking for jewels when I have my own backyard. I got my own ancestors and they got their own stories that I can learn wisdom from. It's not that I don't like the Bible or I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm against the Bible. Not at all. I was raised Christian. I was an ordained minister by the age of 15. So I mean,
But my thing is, why is the Bible not the book of the people in Africa? Why can't the Bible be our book?
You say why it's not the book? Well, one.
You said it's not. You said you'd rather have your own backyard. So I'm trying to figure out why is it not? Why is the Bible not ours?
Well, colonialism.
But why? Just because.
We have some new people that want to chime in onto the conversation. We have with Ephi Kolade, Prince Charlene Dean, and we have Conscious Conversations. Go ahead, let's go with Ephi Kolade. What have you been hearing so far? Are you still on the phone? Or are you available to?
I'm still here. It was kind of this conversation. I mean, it was kind of jumbled a bit. It was a whole bunch of different perspectives and comparisons coming into it, and some of them related, some of them didn't, some of them were kind of out of place. Just a little bit of background about myself or who I am. I'm Ephi Kolade Fasala. I am an initiated Omo Awo. I am an Ephi priest. I'm an Asheshe priest. My godmother is what she's known, her most common name is Ayele Kumar. Just so you can find her and look her up and look at the 13 books she has written, and so to speak, and all her titles, and so to speak. Not getting ready to go off and all into that. Just trying to find a place to start.
And so much. It's like when they brought me on here, I had no idea that I would get attacked like this. It's like
I would say this in the beginning, sisters, don't take it personally. People speak from perspective. I mean, everybody will put like this. The current standing where we are at as a people here in the diaspora period, so people are learning, and people are learning from different aspects. I accept people for where they are,
Right.
and for where they're starting, because we all have room to grow.
That's
I'll
a
just
fact.
start okay. I myself, I've transitioned. I've moved forward all the way from as a little bitty child as a Christian, but being raised as a Sunni by my father. Moving from nation of gods and earths, we're moving from out of the Sunni to nation of gods and earths, from nation of Islam back to gods and earths, then going into the Asar Set Society. Moving from the Asar Set Society to becoming a student of Bobby Hemmett, and actually getting
There we go.
getting into the occult. I'm very, very, very well rounded, so to speak.
Right.
Okay, now just as on top of that, I understand many, but I went back into first of all, you have many people, many different perspectives. Some people see their shape tradition as a religion and is looked at it as religion. I myself don't particularly take on that particular aspect. I understand this is a science. Now, it's an
Right.
E5 priest. This is a mathematical configuration. And
Yep.
math does not lie, no matter what. The numbers always say what they are, no matter what. This is a mathematical system, a mathematical system to come to a equation in the end.
Can I ask you a question, brother, right quick?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you could say that the E5 divination system is compared to like the binary system, the I Ching, the tarot, and things like that. Can we actually like say
Yeah,
like when we get into the divination that is the root of all of divination systems?
I mean, okay. Tarot is a bit different. I mean,
Yeah.
you have 12 major arcana, and so to speak. I will say this. There are many different forms of divination, but it's Shay
Hmm.
E5 is the only system I know to actually give at the end of divination to also give
There we
remedy.
go. There we go.
Also
That's
give
that's
remedy.
it. That's it. There you go. That's it.
Don't know any other system
That's
that
it.
will actually diagnose, find the problem, and then give you a whole entire aspect and of
Give
give
you a
you
whole prescription.
the situation and
Give
come out of it.
you a whole prescription. Right.
Yeah, right. And if you
So
do
it
not,
ain't just so so we just can't say that E5 is just divination because we could use a whole different type of divination system if we want to know something. But E5 just don't give us divination, they give us remedy to the problem or taboos that we're going through. Am I
correct,
correct?
correct, correct, correct. This is why I approach E5 as a mathematical system as a science. Now, if you go to
Right.
Nigeria, even to this date right now, you have Christians who are still in the Shay because Christian is their religion. but their tradition and the culture is still a Shay Shay.
Mm. Now
And find,
listen to that. Listen, y'all.
you even find people who are Muslims, Islam, but they are still in the
And
Shay Shay.
still go back to the Shay. Yep.
And Shay Shay is older than all. Should I say this? The path of the Olarisha within itself is over 10,000 years old. The Abrahamic
It's
philosophy,
older than the Rumula.
it's older.
It's,
The
it's
Abrahamic
older.
tradition or religion, so to speak, are not that old. Christianity only goes back 2,000 years. And if you want to go back further, I don't want to get on.
You
I
have
don't
to
want
go
to.
to the Coptic. You
Yeah,
have to go to the Coptic Christianity.
well,
Yeah.
see, the thing is, that's a whole entire different aspect because what they're teaching is Christianity, and so to speak. The Coptic aspect is and the Gnostic is a complete.
Yeah.
Not even gonna go with the word Coptic. Well, Coptic will come
Yeah,
from.
yeah.
Yeah,
Bro. I think we speak. Yeah.
I don't want to, man. I don't want to be disrespectful to no one for where they are and where they're at. A
Me
lot of people
neither.
have their personal philosophies and need to study more so they understand
And what I
where things
and
come
that and that's one thing I was saying, brother. Don't mean to disrespect you or talk over you, but
Yes,
that's
sir.
what I was really like trying to tell the young adults because I'm quite sure everybody on here is younger than me. The only thing I'm asking them is do the work. If you gotta
Yep.
read books, read books. If you
Yes, sir.
gotta watch YouTube videos, watch YouTube videos. Whatever is for you. Don't fall into Coke or Jim Jones type shit and drink the Kool-Aid.
Yes,
Excuse
sir.
my language. But find your own light and just vibe on that and get the hell up out of here. Escape this reality. Get the hell up out of here. We ain't supposed to be here. We keep coming here because we giving them permission to keep us here. Because we keep falling into this same shit like the archons and all that. We ain't even about to get into that. But we have to vibrate higher. And we sitting up here arguing about what's this and what's that. And a lot of people that's up here arguing about it ain't even done the work.
Yes, sir.
They haven't even been initiated. They haven't even took like a real interest into this until it became trending on Facebook or YouTube and stuff like that. You talking to people that's been doing this a decade or more.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
I'm 7 years in.
So
I just got initiated like 3 years ago, but I
and
mean,
that's
5 years.
beautiful, sister. That's beautiful. That's
But
why,
five
like, when
years
you
before
said
that,
that, I listened. And look,
Shalom to the family.
I'm not even. Yeah, no
Shalom,
doubt.
shalom. Welcome to the chat, Prince Charlene. Welcome to the chat.
Hallelujah,
What?
hallelujah to
What?
the Rabbah. Now, I was just listening before I speak. I was just listening to everybody in the making comments. That's all. I don't want to cut off anybody.
No, go ahead and make your statement because, like, I would say this. I'm not sure. It got kind of wild. With your Hebrew Israelite sister, Naphtali. Like, she had me come up on there, and it became like an argument about, like, okay, well, if y'all already had the answer, then why are y'all still in y'all same condition? And I'm like, well, why are y'all in y'all same condition if you got the answer? Like, it's like, okay, you can't like ask one question of one and not actually turn that same question around on yourself and ask you, well, why? Oh, well, it's because we were disobedient. Why were you disobedient? Well, like, you know what I'm saying? That shit sounds crazy. Why were you if so you mean to tell me that you have an answer for yourself, but you don't have an answer for nobody else? That people can tend to not follow instruction, and that only happened with y'all and didn't happen with anybody else. The only difference with Ifa is that the instruction is personal versus a community problem.
And
So you
it's
have
clear.
yeah.
And it's clear. E5 is clear. It's talking to you. It's not talking to the community. And this is what spirituality and consciousness is about. People think that this is about a community. People think this is about us as a whole. It's not about that no more. Just pay attention to the world. It's about you escaping this shit. Now we done get all, excuse my language, but we done got all the information and knowledge we know, conspiracy theories, all that. We know what we know, right? Why is we still having loose leaf conversations about who we are and what the hell we gotta do? It's time for us to do the work, the metaphysical work, the spiritual work, and just do it. And stop worrying about economic plan, a baby plan, trying to put a chicken in every pot, and just worry about your own salvation.
But hold on, let me like break this down. So, what I
You
was trying.
want
Go
me to
ahead.
introduce myself, or you want me to
Yeah,
just
go
fall
ahead. Go
back?
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, okay.
I'm gonna start like.
Shalom Bahashim.
Go
Are
ahead.
you ready?
Yep. Go
Shalom
ahead.
Bahashim Yahweh. Shalom Bahashim Yahweh Hakodesh Yisrael. I'm known all around the world as the mighty Hebrew. I'm the tribal minister Nasi, Prince Charles Dean Ben Ami Motazoy Bang Yasha Allah Senior. I've been affiliated and connected with the African Hebrew Israelites that reside in Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa. I've been in this walk for over 34 years. I developed a system known as Hebrew cosmogenesis and Hebrew anthropogenesis. I'm a social anthropologist and a historian. Right now, I'm in Tanzania, East Africa, even though I'm originally from Philly. So I travel all around the continent of Africa to show the Bantu connections with the original African Hebrews that resided in Levant in Northeastern Africa. So I'm gonna get straight to the point. Where everybody is saying on the panel is absolutely correct, and it has its fears when it comes to organization as it pertains to where things need to be situated. Meaning this, every walk of life have those that are initiated and those that are non-initiated. So what you see on social media, since the Hebrew Israelite understanding is being brought up, most of the Hebrew Israelites that you see on social media come from out of what is known as One West. So you'll see them out there with the 12 tribe chart, the New Testament, et cetera, et cetera. So this is the picture that most people that dive into social media get into as it pertains to the Israelite community. So this is why many questions that are asked amongst Israelites on social media, they be rubber stamp questions. Is Esau the white man? Is salvation for everybody? Is divination wicked, et cetera, et cetera? But then when they get amongst the initiated, adapt Hebrew Israelite Kabbalistic scholar like myself, they get mind boggled because, like for instance, y'all talking about divination. Well, the Israelites dealt with a form of divination too when they cast lots.
Sure.
There are many there are many things that I can show and prove that we dealt with a form of sorcery. Now, the key word is a form, meaning when Yahweh told us, do not do necromancy and soothsaying, he didn't tell us not to do it. What he said was, don't do it like the other nations. Because a prime example, when we see in the Shemok, or what y'all know as the book of Exodus, we see two spiritual forces battling. We see the Comitian priest take a rod and throw it on the ground and it turned to a serpent. And I know y'all all know the story. And then Moshe, Moses, he takes his rod and throw it on the ground and it turned into a serpent and then it swallows up the other serpent. Now,
Okay,
the
so what?
question is,
Okay,
yeah, the point that I'm making is, what is the difference? You know what I'm saying? The difference
I think
isn't, you get my point. So what I'm saying is, you got Israelites out there that's not on a certain level of understanding when it comes to certain spiritualities within the original Hebrew cosmological understanding of things. A lot of things they take literal. They take the 7-day creation as literal versus being 7 root cycles tracing back 311 trillion, 40 billion years ago. So they don't have this understanding. So most people that come on these shows to talk about Ifa, which is not a religion, but it's a personal mathematical system dealing with individual spirituality. You know what I mean? Not a collective body politic, so to say. So what I feel as though DJ Genesis need to continue to do, and she has done, is to get real Hebrew Israelite adapt scholars. And I'm not saying Sister Neftali is not a scholar. She in the field that she's in, that's where she's at. But there are masters amongst our community that have discussions with people that is into the Ifa traditions. They actually came up to Dimona, Israel, and now y'all been around for a long time, so I'm pretty sure y'all know the community that I'm a part of that's in Dimona, Israel. So there's people all over the world that have different schools of thought and walks of life that come see us, and we're able to build and transcend certain physical boundaries. So I just want to let y'all know, keep up the great work, and I definitely understand what y'all saying. Hallelujah.
Sure.
Right, no doubt. Peace and love to you, brother Ashe, man. Thanks for your powerful words. And I appreciate what you said.
And let me tell you
Okay.
something. Let me tell you something. I actually talked to White Babalao, and his take on the Ifa divination system and the African Yoruba system was so astounding that I said, it's like,
Yeah, it
I mean,
don't have no.
the conversation I had with Neftali, I was like, man, I wanted to bring that to that chat.
You should have. You should have. That would have been
Why
beautiful
did you
because I'm telling. It would have been beautiful. It would have been beautiful
why
because it
yo
would have gave all of us understanding as to what you're trying to bring, my mother. You know what I'm saying?
DJ
Because yes, I mean yes, I
not the
have been initiated into E5 or
All right, so
Isheshe.
hold on. I want
You
you
know what I'm
guys
saying? So
to listen.
I
Listen.
would love to hear from somebody
Right.
else, just like
I
my
want
brother
y'all,
came up here and talked. I love that.
I want
and
you
I
guys.
just wanted to say, DJ Genesis, I'll be right back. I gotta handle something real quick. I'll be right back. I just wanted to say, why didn't you just use Dr. Baines a date, who's a Hebrew, but he also understands the Ephah traditions and the Yoruba traditions? Why you didn't use cuts from when you interviewed him?
Man, it got like so hectic on there. It got so combative on there that I didn't even know. I was like, oh my god,
Okay,
imagine I
all
was
right.
not even.
So
I wasn't even
I want to
expecting.
ask.
Hold on, stop. I was not expecting it to get that combative that quick. But by the time it got through, you had all these different Hebrew Israelites getting on the panel, and then this one main guy. Hold on, before I bring up that video, it's this one guy here, and you might know who this is. Hold on, let me show you because this guy came up. Hold on, what's his name? Um, it got like really combative, like to the point where, because I was showing the Odu, I was showing stuff. Let me just
And it
play.
says here in Acts 16:16, it says, and it came to pass as we went to prayer, a certain damsel possessed with the spirit of divination met us, which brought her masters much gain by soothsaying.
All
So
right,
my
so there's
thing is
different.
that,
Listen, there's different levels of I would say divination. Ifa is not on that level of
okay,
divination.
well, I got
This
you.
Ifa,
I'm
hold
gonna
on.
let you now can speak.
Ifa is about Ifa is based on numbers. It's based on probability and based on
It's like the I Ching. It's like the I Ching.
Which is
there's
It's the
two
same thing as the I Ching, and it all came from
which
the
is which is
16
E5
minor
system
OJ,
spirit,
of
right?
divination.
which is
Okay.
spirit.
So what happened? It's not a spirit. What are you talking about?
So
I
an
don't even
adun is not a
understand,
spirit.
man.
It's
It,
not.
no, so it's the equivalent.
Man, these
So
people
no
stupid.
matter what I would say, in her mind, there's a spirit behind it. We're contacting spirits, and I couldn't.
These people
It's like
stupid.
I couldn't penetrate that thought of that we're contacting spirits. Let's go.
Saying book, chapter, verse, like, and that's
Thank
what
you. Hold on,
that's
hold
what she
on.
keeps trying to tell you is these every number is a verse, a book, a chapter, and when the numbers pop up, they tell that the stories, the parables, is what you
Are,
go by. It's the
are
wisdom.
you? Do you know
Oh no,
anything
it's
about like
so different.
software engineering?
If you was going through something in your life, right, you would pick up the Bible, right, and you would go to a specific chapter and verse that would speak specifically to what
About
you're
to go
going through.
right into
It's the
that shit.
exact same thing, only
No,
it's
it's
done
not.
to a different.
Because there is a
I'm about to
spirit
go
that's
right into
connected to
that.
the Bible, and that is the Most High, and that's His spirit. So I have to
And
consult
No,
with that
Hey,
see,
spirit.
listen.
see,
The thing that you keep talking about the Bible, you keep comparing. I don't disagree with what you're saying.
Let's
The,
stop
the
talking about the
difference
Bible.
is,
Don't ever bring up the Bible on
no, the
E5
thing
again.
it's
is
in
that
your
the thing
head.
is that
Hold on.
you guys, we know that you're
I'm gonna
bringing
prove
up.
to
You have
y'all
to
that this
consult
shit is
with
in your
images
head.
or a
When y'all get
spirit or
done
something to
talking,
be able to get this
it's in
power.
your
The
head.
only thing
Energy
that
to
you
tap
do
into
is
it.
that you say a prayer to your head. You say a prayer
All
to
this shit
your
is in your head.
Why
ancestors.
do you need
You
to
say a
pray?
prayer
How
about.
do they
It's
hear
in
that?
your
All you
head.
do. So
How
if
do
I
they
say
hear
so,
the
you're
prayer?
say it again.
How do they
I'm
hear
gonna
the
prove it to
prayer?
you, and I can prove it to you by.
How does
Look, check
hold
this
on?
out.
Listen,
Hold on,
stop, stop.
wait. Oh,
Listen.
wait a minute. Wait,
But hold on,
please.
stop,
Okay,
stop,
go
stop,
ahead.
stop. Listen. When I'm playing the video, let me play the video, and then after I'm done, then you can like say something. But if you're talking throughout the video, we can't hear what's happening, and so no one knows what you're talking about. So you gotta like calm down and let the video play out, and then when I stop the video, then you say, "Okay, hey, let me say this." Okay, because when you're doing it throughout, it's confusing to the audience. No one can hear what we're actually talking about. You understand? You get that? So let me chill out. Let me just play this because this is where it got this really contentious. Like IFA is not on that level of
Okay,
divination.
well, I got
This
you. So
IFA,
I'm
hold
gonna
on.
let King Naga speak now.
IFA is about IFA is based on numbers. It's based on probability and based on Odu, right?
Okay,
So
Odun, which
there's
is
256 major Odu,
which are
16 minor Odu,
spirits,
right?
which are
Okay.
spirits.
So what happened? It's not a spirit. What do you see? The whole time I'm saying that this is what it is. She's like this, which are spirits. You know, like what? What you talking about?
So an Odun is not a spirit.
It's not.
No, so it's the equivalent of saying book, chapter, verse. Like, and that's
Thank
what
you.
that's what she keeps trying to tell you is these every number is a verse, a book, a chapter, and when the numbers pop up, they tell that the stories, the parables, is what you go by. It's the wisdom.
Do you know anything
it's
about
so
like
different.
software engineering?
If you was going through something in your life, right, you would pick up the Bible, right, and you would go to a specific chapter and verse that would speak specifically to what you're going through. It's the exact same thing, only
No,
it's done
not.
to a different
Because there is a spirit that's connected to the Bible, and that is the Most High, and that's His spirit. So I have to consult with that spirit.
Listen.
The thing that you keep talking about the Bible, you keep comparing. I don't disagree with what you're saying.
Let's stop talking about the Bible. Don't ever bring up the Bible on
No,
E5
the thing
again.
is that
Hold on.
you guys, we know that you're bringing up. You have to.
I just want to say this. I just want to say this.
To be able to get this
That the
power.
Book of Psalms is a spell book. That's all I want y'all to know is that the Book of Psalms is a spell book. All this shit y'all talking about, like if we really want to get into witchcraft and everything that y'all want to talk about, let's get into it. We ain't about to sugarcoat it because I'm an actual warlock in this shit.
Right. We all
So if we gonna get
know.
into if hold on, wait a minute. If we gonna get into the African spirituality, if we gonna get into crystals and witchcraft and all this shit, let's get into a person that really do this shit. And I really do it. I ain't about to talk to people that got this shit off YouTube. I'm not. I'm not about to talk to people that just found this shit out 2 years ago. I've been doing this shit all my life.
Stop it,
So if
DJ
we gonna
Genesis.
have this
Stop it.
conversation,
Stop
let's
it.
have this motherfucking conversation. I don't want to hear about a
Stop
book
it,
you
man.
read. I'm talking about the work you've done. What work
Yeah,
have you done?
hold on. Like you're not talking to nobody here on this panel right here that has anything less than like 7 years of like I'm like the youngest person here and I have 7 years. Okay. Like, okay, Prince Charlandine, he has 34 years. Ifa Kaledi, I think he has like 15 years. So you're not over here on this panel with anyone that has less than 5 years of knowledge on this whole situation. So you're not amongst like fools, right? So
I'm not. But what I'm saying though, sister, and I'm not being disrespectful. The only thing I'm trying to say is that look, I'm not a new jack to this. I'm here with y'all at, but I want to have a conversation when it comes to this type shit. You know, I don't want us to be all over the place. We talking about who niggas and who Negroes and man, we passed that shit. We trying to get the fuck out of here. You know, we done with the light work and we done with the dark work. It's time for the self work. It's time for us to figure out ways that we can get up out of here. You understand what I'm saying? Now if you want to sit up here and you want to keep guiding these so-called Negroes, these fuck motherfuckers that don't want to get it, you want to waste your life on them, kudos to you. I'm not here to do that. I got my instructions and I'm gonna follow my instructions of what I need to do. When I saw the title on your shit, my mother, I came up here like, okay, I just want to talk to the people and say, hey, blah 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 blah. That's it. And I'm out of here. I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to argue. I'm not. I don't care who magic is greater than the others. It don't even matter at this point. I
Can I
mean,
speak?
really, what the hell are we doing here? Go ahead,
Can
brother.
I understand this perspective of mine in which you're coming from, brother. I mean, I truly do understand. I'm a student of Bobby as well, so I get it, and I understand that whole entire perspective of thought.
But
What thing is? Listen to me. Don't cut me off. Listen to me.
here comes the but. I already know the but coming. Go ahead, bro.
I understand. Where we're at right now, as this veil thins, as our powers come back to us, as our memory comes back to us, is that we have tools set in place already that we have built up. E5 is one of these. The Olarisha path is a tool. Is a tool at this particular point in moment in time. You saying it's time for us to get up out of here. I do understand what you're saying. This is a tool to actually do that. You say you were
Yeah,
speaking on like you were speaking on like whose magic is the greatest, who's powerful. We speaking on
yeah,
crystals and the magic. I mean, all of that type of aspect. Yes, very much so. Put like
yeah.
this: we're all going to the same place. Everybody's not gonna get there at the
Mhm.
same. We all gonna get
Right,
there. Everybody's not gonna get there at the same place in time. Everybody's walking their own
right,
personal path to get to where we're all going to go because we have no choice but to get there at some point in time anyway, whether it's slow or whether it's fast.
right.
So more or less, nobody's pretty much wasting their time. Nobody's in that aspect. Nobody's pretty much wasting their time. Everybody is at different stages of growth. Now, brother,
Right, right. I get you. I
you
understand what you're saying, 100%.
you develop
Um,
you would develop to
what?
that where you develop to that stage where not you have developed to that stage to where you're ready to go. You tired of hearing everything.
I mean, no, it's not so much that I'm like ready to like go type shit. The thing I'm saying is that we done everything. Us as a people, we done everything. We done accomplished everything. We done surpassed everything on this motherfucking planet.
Facts.
Besides military. Besides the industrial military complex and the industrial prison complex, we done surpassed this shit. And once we get to that point, nigga, they might as well America over with. But they ain't gonna let us get to that point. But the thing is, I'm saying is that although we have different opinions and we come from different walks of life, different ideologies and things like that, when we get on a panel like this, when the mother is up here like allowing us to like get our shit out, I think it's respectful for us to like get our shit out for real and bring real content and real. Even if we argue, even if we go through our shit, you know what I'm saying? Let's bring some real shit. One thing I learned through all this black sector, conscious sector, beast sector, all this shit is that, man, all this shit ain't real. The only thing that's real is that what you can touch and feel and taste, what you can use with your five senses. So don't just take this YouTube shit to heart. Don't take this social media shit to heart. This is just a tool to get people to your way of thinking. You know what I'm saying? Get people to your message. You understand what I'm saying, sister? It don't have to be so vitriol. It don't have to be to the point that it's so disrespectful. I want to hear your idea.
So
I
listen,
want
so
to hear
I
what
don't have
people
it.
got to say.
Hold on, I don't have any vitriol for anybody. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
teach. I'm showing. This is a teaching moment to where a person that is of this particular understanding is unable to understand just because a lot of times what I say is that you could become so full in your belief that you can't hear anything else outside of that belief system. That is an
Right.
issue. You know, you can't be so full on whatever it is that when a person is coming to you, explaining to you where they're coming from, that you can't hear it because your whole thing is to fight and to debate about what they believe. I did
Right.
not come to
Right.
that panel to debate. I'd never. I had. I told her before I even came there. I said, "Listen, I'm not coming to debate. I want to be able to teach what EFI is. However, she had something else in mind. I don't know. The questions you had were very combative. It's like, okay, well, if we already have this, then why do we need this? You know, why? If here's the question. All right, I'm gonna ask Mighty Hebrew. What's your answer to? What is your answer to? Well, if we had Ephah, why did we end up as slaves? What's your answer to that? I want to know from a Hebrew Israelite because I'm trying to understand, like, why would a Hebrew Israelite ask that question when Hebrew Israelites, at some level, believe that they
Yeah.
became slaves? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't understand why a
Right.
person that believes that
It's the same.
Israelites that they fell from some certain level of grace, why they would ask
Right.
another
Right.
religion. Do you understand? Can
Yes.
you
I
expound on that?
definitely, yes,
I
I definitely
understand
understand.
100%.
Definitely, I definitely understand your question. And as I was saying earlier, it all depends on what Hebrew Israelite that you talk to, because one thing has to be made clear. The Hebrew Israelite culture and tradition is not a monolith. So, like for
Okay.
instance, I'm one of those that's to not Torah only. I don't subscribe to the New Testament. I don't subscribe to the 12 tribe chart, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't subscribe to looking at Yahweh outside of myself. I look at things from a psychological standpoint. So if you're talking about the children of Israel 3500 BCE, excuse me, 3500 years ago, then the thought process was different. So when one said
Man,
that creator, when the creator Yahweh brought us into captivity
what
for
you
being
probably talking about?
disobedient, did,
Listen,
you want me
listen.
to?
When someone's talking, sir, I don't want to kick you off the panel, sir. You have to control yourself. Control like your outbursts because we're having a really intellectual conversation. So you don't have to like everything someone says, do that.
I'm
Stop that.
sorry, my bad, my bad. I thought I was on mute. My bad.
Y'all want me to
Well,
keep
make sure
going?
you're on mute because we're having a intellectual I've been through that already. I done had this stupid conversation. We over here having intellectual conversation. We're not having dumb conversations over here. So go ahead. All right. Thank you,
Okay.
Mighty Hebrew.
So the Rabbah, thank you very much. So as I was saying, um the African Hebrew Israelite community that I come out of, we understand the Yahweh or the Yahman concept within self. So we don't acknowledge like there was an external creator that sent us into captivity because of our disobedience. It's like over here we call it Yahweh and the law of relativity. What goes around comes around. You make your bed, you lay in it hard. So when you look at
So who?
the whoa man, y'all want me to keep going? How's this going? How's this playing out?
I really
Uh,
want you to, but I listen, sir. If you
mm.
listen, do you want me to like can put you down until it's time to come back up because you're unable to control yourself. So
How long?
one more
How long?
outburst,
Is
I'm
this
gonna
the,
remove you from.
is this the, is this the brother? Is that the brother that say he been in the one that been in the Ifa tradition for a long time, right? You gotta
Yeah,
have
yeah,
self
yeah.
control.
He said that. He did.
You have to have self control. This is very
Yeah, you have to
simple,
have
but
like some
getting
self control.
right. And
I'm
I've
one
been in
of
this
them.
walk.
I'm not the only one that was up here. I'm one of them, but yeah, I'm one of them.
Yeah, but you have to like you don't see nobody else outbursting though. You might have had a few drinks, I get it, but you gotta chill out. Just mute yourself and just because in order for you to do this outburst, you have to unmute yourself to do this. So you're doing it purposely. So if you do it again, I'm
I,
gonna put you in the back, and then when it's time for you to come back up and speak, I will bring you back up like a child. But I don't want to treat people like children on my channel. I don't want to like make you feel like childish, so I'm allowing you to be here, but please trust me that I will be like mama and put you in the back like a little kid because you don't know how to like wait until it's your turn. Right. So as he's speaking, I'm going to make him the make him bigger so that we know that he's the one that's talking and be quiet until it's your turn. Let's go. Go ahead.
all right. So as I was saying, you notice when I was saying DJ Genesis, many people have rubber stamp preconceived notions on how Hebrew Israelites think. And I understand we're in a cyber age / AI world. So most people get their understanding on social media. So again, I do not acknowledge there's a spooky God in the sky that's moving chessboard pieces. But because we're reading literature from the ancient past, many of this literature, when speaking of the creator, it speaks more anthropomorphically. And because of that, people look externally instead of internally. The reason why people that practice the tradition of Ifa, the reason why people practice the tradition of the Hebrew Israelite culture are in captivity because what goes around comes around. We let our left hand know what our right hand was doing. We're reaping what we sow because in ancient times we did things to each other that was deplorable to a state that our societies became weak and the other nations were able to conquer us. All we got to do is look at it from a social anthropological perspective today. When we look at how we treat one to another today, it's the same way we was doing in ancient times. So no, there isn't an external power or creator that is causing us to be in captivity. It is the internal creator or the internal power, which is me and you. And I don't mean me and you literally, DJ Genesis, like personal, but by the way of a collective body politic, that has led ourselves into captivity. When you're looking at the curses and the blessings of Deuteronomy 28 or Devarim chapter 28, you're looking at take away the term blessings and curses and put cause and effect. See, the way we've been presented what is now called the Bible is from the lens of a slave master. So when you get amongst a real Hebraic master adapt, it sounds foreign because most people, when they get into the so-called Bible, and they may have a Hebrew body structure, but internally their minds have become, polluted with what I call Christ insanity, um, vantage views or vantage points, so to say. So they still have Christian overtones with them, even though they might say, yeah, I'm an Israelite, but their perspective may still be Christian. You know what I'm saying? So I want to make that clear. And then there's one more thing I want to say, and it's the brother that was speaking. And I know he was saying we got to put in the work. And I totally agree with that. And DJ Genesis, I'm over here in East Africa building. I'm building on the ground. But one of the things that we cannot take away is the collective. Yes, you have the individual spirituality, meaning that, yes, you have to walk your salvation, right? But you also have the collective. Guru from Gangstar said it, may he rest in completeness within the Azuletic world of existence and pure will. He said, many is one is many. So we don't want to make it seem like we're just on some straight individualism, because that's really Eurocentric. And we talking about the left side of the hemisphere of the brain that moves with individualistic thinking. Those that are African Edenic or African Asiatic in base, we deal with things from a collective, by the way, the right side of the hemisphere of our brain. So we understand the many and the one simultaneously. So it's not just about, this individual salvation. That concept, we hear that in Christianity all the time. We all we got. So we gotta also think of the collective along with the individual. And even when you deal with Ephod, it wasn't just about individualism. Yes, you would go to the priest and all that, and they would deal with whatever they had to deal with you, but it still affected collective as well. With You hear the old saying, with DJ Genesis eat don't make me shit. That's not true. If DJ Genesis is having a problem down the street, that's my problem. If I'm having a problem down the street, that's her problem. We have to come back into a collective mind state. There is nothing on this planet or in this universe or with the universes within the multiverse that is an individual organism. Everything is collective. Hallelujah.
Excuse me, brother. Excuse me 1 second. I think at that point you made it your problem and not E5's problem. The E5 gave you the remedy to your problem. You chose to go a certain type of way. So that's not E5's problem. That's your problem. You know what I'm saying? So when
Yes, yes.
because when you get because when you get a true reading, when you get a true reading, a true E5 reading, it's gonna tell you. It's gonna tell you everything. It's gonna tell you your taboos. It's gonna tell you everything.
Right,
And it's gonna guide you.
right.
It's gonna take you through all that. And so when you in a situation and E5 and you know what the fuck it is because E5 already told you, and you go against that, that ain't against E5. That's against you. That's
Oh
against
no,
you.
what I was
And that's a lot of
that
things. And that's a lot of things. And that's a lot of things that we try to compound consciousness and all this spirituality shit into is that it's all community based. No, nigga, you gotta do the work for yourself. It's about you. It's about you
yeah,
first. If you
Yeah,
can't do anything for you, what can you do for your community? What can you do if
right.
you ain't found if you can't open up your third eye, how can you tell somebody else to open up your third eye? You getting the
Right,
people to
right.
open up your third
Can
eye,
I ask you a
they
question?
third eye
Can I ask you a
from
question,
YouTube.
son? Can I ask you a
Yeah, go
question?
ahead, brother.
Are you okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason why I'm connecting the singular with the collective, because we all came from originally from out of a collective. And then we started individually thinking as we grow and develop. What I'm saying is when one gets a reading, yes, the reading is personal, but there's still an inner connection when it comes to the community from which that person comes from. No matter if you're talking about Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, Taoism, whatever the case may be. The point that I'm stressing is DJ Genesis
Right.
was born from parents. Them parents were in a
Mm-hmm.
lot with a community. The same with you and all of us. If you go right now, which I've been in Nigeria several times, and I said amongst the Yoruba myself personally, and
Right.
I know for a fact when they deal with these divinations, them divinations, even though, or I'm gonna say so-called divinations, because when we really get into it, that's like a misnomer. But for the
All
listening
right,
audience, when
all
one
right.
goes, hold on, just let me finish real quick. When one goes to a priest and they get a reading, yes, the reading may be for the individual person, but it still has an interconnection or effect to the whole body politic. There is no separation. The only people, when we look at the
100%.
annals of history, yeah, we talking about the annals of history. The only people that think selfishly and individualistically are Europeans. They are the only ones because of the ice age of them getting caught up in that warm glacial period at which destroyed their pineal gland to such a point they have an imbalance by the way of the left side of the hemisphere of their brain. So to them, it's individualism, capitalism, conquering
But
people,
right
et
now we're
cetera, et
talking
cetera.
about black people.
So, so yeah, we talking
Right
about
now we're
black
talking
people
about
and the
us.
idea, I know,
I'm talking
and the
about us right
idea,
now.
I know, and the idea of trying to bring this individualism into the Ifa tradition, that is foreign. That is foreign. When you come to Africa, and I've been to 17 African countries, my brother, and when you come to
Hmm.
Africa and you see these traditions in Africa, you never hear them talking like this, like on some individual perspectives. They understand that
Right,
that
right,
reading
exactly.
also, hold on, that reading, because you said you've been involved in this culture for a very long time. And I've been on the ground for many, many decades. And I'm telling you, you would never see an Ifa priest just look at the individual only, and that's it. Yes, the individual gets the reading. Yes, the reading affects the individual, but it also have effects on the collective body politic. Am I right or wrong, DJ Genesis?
Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
the
okay, okay.
macrocosm. Hold on,
So,
stop. No, hold on. The microcosm
all right,
affects
go
the
ahead, mama.
macrocosm. The macrocosm affects the microcosm. And that's what
This
I've
nigga.
been saying this entire time is that the one affects the whole affects the one. So it's all connected. So there is no separation. I don't people in this belief system do not believe that we're separated from our community. So therefore,
There has
yes,
to.
you get a reading individually, and if everyone is doing their part, the community is thriving. If one person is
There,
not doing what they're supposed to do, it fucks up the entire community. So let's really get into it. Let's
there.
stop pretending.
Excuse me, Genesis. Excuse me, Genesis. But it has to be a separation. There, there was a prophecy about the separation between the wheat and the tares. There has to be a separation. There has to be a separation between the stupid motherfuckers and the people that know some shit. There has to be a separation. So when we have these type of conversations, this is what it is. We have to gauge who we have to talk to and what we have to talk about. Sometimes it ain't about race. I don't give a fuck if you black or you white. Who fuck give a fuck about that shit? Because the motherfucker that you talk about that's white, they ain't your struggle. They ain't the NSA. They ain't none of that shit. They going through the same shit you going through. So you hating this motherfucker and that same motherfucker hating you. So let's get away
I
from that.
get.
Let's go into a more esoteric point about.
Well, that we've been on the esoteric. What we're talking
But
about
you,
is
right, but you know,
listen. The one affects the whole. That's esoteric as it can get.
that's a fact,
When you're talking about
right?
the
And
fact
more,
that no, we're not
So
separated
we
from each
say
other, that's extremely
yes,
yeah,
esoteric.
yes.
and
So
you, and
I
separation
think
is
that's
the hold
slavery.
on. Separation is the illusion that we think that we're separate from each
I
other.
fact,
In your mind, hold on.
fact.
In your mind, you think that you're talking to 5 different people or 4 different people, and then there's you, but in reality, you're talking to yourself. You're
Yeah, I'm
talking to
Exactly.
talking to
And on top,
5
myself. So
different.
that's what.
Stop
So
it.
that's what.
You're talking
You
to
just.
5 different. Listen,
Yeah, I'm
there's
talking to
5 different
myself.
aspects of you on this panel
I'm
because
talking to
God is
myself.
one. Hold on, listen. You're talking to
Right.
5 different aspects of you. God made us all on this earth to experience itself, not
All right.
himself, but itself. So
So,
once you understand that all that God is doing is experiencing itself in real time, then you know that you're a
Hmm.
part of God, you're one with God, and everything that is happening is really
you
of
are
is really
God.
a
You
deeper thing.
are God.
I know
And
I am
you're in
God.
Okay,
that
I am
all
aspect.
right.
God.
You are,
I don't.
but you made a comment, brother, when you tried to speak about the wheat and the tear from what you got from the story when Yeshua or Jesus was talking to his disciples. And I
It's
just
just
wanted to clear.
metaphysical. It's
No, I know,
metaphysical,
no,
brother. It's
no, no, no. I'm
metaphysical.
not saying that. I know I'm not being combative to what you said. I'm saying the quote is true, but your analogy is inaccurate because when it's talking about the wheat and the tear, it's not saying one got to separate themselves individually. It's only talking about basically the righteous from the wicked. You're always going to have, as the late Honorable Elijah Muhammad said best, the satisfied and the dissatisfied, but they're always going to be a collective there. There's never going to be a time. There's nobody on this planet right now. Let's just make this clear. There's nobody on this planet that is walking right now that can say that they know everything from individual thinking. Everything, and that's what DJ Genesis is saying about the illusion of the 5 people on the panel. What DJ Genesis learned, no, it's learned behavior. We talking psychology. What you're talking right now, my Lord, it's learned behavior. Everything that you're expressing on this panel is learned behavior from a collective body politic. There's no such thing as individualism. That is the illusion that your Gentiles manifested by the way of manifest destiny to conquer other nations. That is a corrupt, grotesque mind state that came from something that was foreign amongst our societies. So I don't care which society that you in Africa or Asia, all of them teach, as what DJ Genesis said, the microcosm and the macrocosm. That's a fact. There's no system on this planet besides European thinking that works with individualism. And I heard the brother saying that consistently, and what's boggling me through this whole discussion, that you come on this show and it's like you're saying you've been in this walk of life for all these years, but you have no form of discipline. You constantly interrupt people. You're inebriated, drunk, cursing like a seller, and you're saying that you're this priest and all. I know real priests that practice the Ifa, even though that's not even the name of it, but practice the Ifa, for the lack of word, way of life that DJ Genesis had on here, that are respectful. They know how to articulate the readings, everything. You cannot come on here and embarrass, people that been in this walk of life for many, many years and belittling people, and everything you're doing is in opposition to the position of what these priests teach. Hallelujah.
I'm sure.
I say.
People die for this stuff.
Hey, you can't be coming on here on acting like that. See, that's what I'm saying, DJ Genesis. All Hebrew Israelites don't acknowledge, and I'm a Hebrew Israelite, and I'm on the ground, and I'm saying those that practice that Ephah tradition, they are in harmony with nature. They understand the roots of the earth. When you get that reading, yes, it's an individual reading, but it affects the community. Why you think if watch the movie Roots and the newest one they made, not the old one, but watch the newest one they just made. What was it, like 2016, somewhere around there? And when you watch the newest one, they were Muslim, but they also had similar traditions as Ifa, and they went and they did that reading. And yes, it affected the individual, but it also affected the collective community. The same with the Israelites, you see them casting lots. The problem never was dealing with a form of magic with our community as Israelites. Yahweh told us in the record, don't do it like the other nations, because each nation had their own idea of how to manifest their reality. And then we can even get deeper and show how even the nations of the earth are collective and connected. And then they also connected to the oils of the universe and the multiverse. So we can't be on this joint running around like individuals and try to develop this abstract thinking. To me, that is a cop-out. So basically, you can destroy your whole community, get into some type of religion, no matter if it's Ephah, Hebrews, or whatever the case may be, and just have your own individual upliftment or spiritual freedom or fever and don't care about nothing around you and just everything around you crumble. No, we've never been a people like that. We've always been a people that wanted to clean up the dirt and the filth that was around us. Hallelujah.
I agree 100%. So we have two people that are back on. Did either of you guys want to make a statement? Okay.
Yes.
So,
First and foremost, thank you, panel. Yeah, that was my initial macro problem of a much smaller micro problem. This new age faith that has integrated all this spirituality, all this esoteric stuff from online, from this social media, has been a corrupter, a big tooth decay. And people got to watch and vet who are coming in. That's why it should be kept private. A lot of the stuff, people are just coming in drunk, coming in high, and they just saying anything. They just quoting. They're not living it. And you can tell because nothing's intimate with them. You could tell. Mind detects mind on that.
so when it comes to because we also got into that on the other panel where you're saying that this is the reason why everything should be kept secret. See, the reason why it came out to bring it out is because I would not be the person discussing this stuff if it wasn't placed upon me to bring it out. I would not be having these discussions. Trust me, I don't want to be arguing with nobody about what I believe in. I've done that enough within my own family when I chose to take this walk in life, right? So I'm gonna say this is that yes, it came upon me that things need to be whatever the oracle is, whatever Ifa is, it wants to be out there. It does not want to be hidden anymore. Now you might think it should remain hidden, but you know what? You didn't get the message I got. Now I would ask even Baba, did you get the same message as well?
Very much so.
So
My, let me speak for a little bit.
go
Let
ahead, go ahead.
me to cut your wisdom.
Hmm.
Some of us are taking instructions not only from our taking instructions from our elders. This is from Nigeria. We are being told it's too much confusion, too many fake babalaos, too many fake practitioners. Just as he said, and I understand why he has the perspective of mine, why it should be kept secret. As a priesthood, it has always been kept secret. The veil is thin now. We are in the times right now to where everything is being revealed. We are being told to integrate this into modern society as it is now because it is too highly misunderstood. And truly, for us as a people, we need to see our power. We have been looked. We have looked at ourselves for far too long as being powerless. We have to tap back into our ancestral traditions. We have to take on the wisdom of our ancestors to truly understand where we misstepped so we don't repeat certain cycles again. These are the days and times that we are living in now. A lot of things are being convoluted, mixed together. I've ran into people who call themselves to be practitioners of the tradition, but they say they're doing divination. But when you go to them, it's a tarot card read. These things need to be checked, and these things need to be dispelled. Need to be understood as not that's not what they are. People have demonized the tradition. Most commonly, Eshu. Oh, he's the devil. That's Satan. Oh, such and such and such and such and such and such. Oh, he's a trickster. No, 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 no. Eshu provides lessons, and it's all to get you to a point of evolution. Now, is your evolution personal? Yes. But your evolution affects the whole. As I was saying before, we're all going to the same place. We're going to get it. Not everybody's going to get there at the same point in time. We're all going to evolve and grow at different points. I'm trying to explain this, trying to get this to a certain point. Man, it's been so much. I was just sitting back, been wanting to speak on. But I wanted to hear everybody out and fully listen to grasp the understanding. The brother, Hebrew brother, you speaking absolute truth, and I honor your perspective of thought and the work that you are putting in with your boots on the ground. It's understood. It's very much so needed. Your perspective of thought will help to dispel and to disengage these conflicts we have between each other, because a lot of times we're saying the same thing, we're just saying it in a different way. Am I understood so far?
Just
Most
keep
definitely.
cooking.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Keep going.
Okay. Now, as we were speaking before, as I was saying before, We have been instructed by our elders for certain things to be revealed, for certain things to come out. No, will everything be revealed? No, it will not. Not all at once. Certain things will take time. Our people are, we have to get out of the spookism. We have to get out of the aspect of fear. We have to gather our strength. This is part of that process. And we are people that a lot of times we need to see it to believe it. It's time for our people to see it. A lot of things will not be fully revealed unless you come into the tradition. But enough will be revealed to the public for you to understand and know that that it exists. Don't want to get ahead of myself.
So at the end of the day, like, so yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. You said you're a priest of Ozane, and you're saying that Ozane was one of the first Orishas that, or actually before the Orisha. And I get what you're saying. Whatever order that you came from is to be kept hidden. But I'm not a priest.
I never said I was a priest.
Are initiated into Ozane.
Received.
So you received Ozane. Okay, well, that's not the stuff. Okay, so
Your question,
you
my
received.
brother. Cut your wisdom. How did you receive Osian?
Secret.
You say it's a secret on how you
Were
receive?
you there with me?
Yeah. So you're saying
No. Were you there with me?
no? No, I was not.
Was I there with you?
No, you know, not at all.
Exactly.
That's not that. Okay, let me reframe my question because I think you misunderstand it. What I'm asking is, okay, let me be more specific. Did you receive Osian? Did you receive Osian from uh, a Babylon?
Were you there with me?
I'm asking you. There was no need for me to be there with you. I'm asking you. That is
You had to have been there with me to know when I received it.
okay. You misunderstood. Like you okay?
You're
Well,
questioning.
he's trying to make it seem like
See
it's
how
like
you
this.
were questioning me?
Listen,
And
let
I'm
me
not
explain.
questioning you. I'm not
No,
questioning
no,
you
hold on. Let me explain
because I
something
was
because
not there during your. No, this is between him and I, and it's
okay.
fine.
Right. Let the people.
I was not there with you when you were initiated, nor am I asking you.
Okay. Well, just because you didn't ask didn't just mean
I'm
you
not
don't.
asking if you received anything,
Okay.
but I'm answering you. I received. I answered her. I received. I was not initiated. You either be initiated with Ozane into Ozane or received it. I answered her. I am not a priest. These are
Okay.
things that are true.
That was my question. That's what I mean. That was really a yes or no question. Not it didn't have to be that.
No,
It,
this is just interview
I understand. Well, not well.
It's
questions
not
and
even an interview.
answers.
It's not even an interview. It's like that.
It's
You
it,
know, it's like we
it,
listen. We all like people get Ozane. It's a normal thing that happens in initiation for multiple
Received
people. So
or initiated. If you have no idea about Ozane, I would not speak with you on it. I can sense if you were.
man, listen, Ozane is something. Listen. When my child died, okay, I was going to get Ozane, right? But then it got called for me to get Oya instead. So it's not like you know, Ozane is put into a thing and it gets put into your house and you take care of it. Like it's not this like I don't know why
It's
we're pretending like
very
this is like
different.
something.
It's way off.
Let me
I'm not going to answer no more questions on that subject.
let me
Well, you
let me
don't have to, but we all know what Ozane is. I mean, Osian. I'm not even going to even say Osian. You know what I'm saying? That when you know what I'm saying, I've actually, I was supposed to receive it, but then I got Oya instead, got initiated, and so I no longer needed Osian because just through the Orisha, Osian is used in the initiation process.
That's not how it works, but great.
So you can't tell me how it works, sir. You would never. You were.
Exactly. It doesn't work that way.
How will you tell me how it works?
sister, can I ask a question, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Brother, did you receive Osian from birth?
Next question.
So you want to keep certain things secret about yourself. Understood. I got it. Just to be, I'm just gonna say this. No disrespect to you, my brother. You speak
No
real,
disrespect to you either, brother.
but you speaking like cryptic, and it's like in a discussion is what we're speaking right now. We're seeing the word from
Papa
if we
Hossein is
we're seeing,
definitely different from what you're familiar with, sir. Go ahead, speak on him, though, since you know just enough, since you're saying you do. Or maybe you didn't. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but go ahead. Elaborate on what you know about Papa Hossein.
see Osian. I have not been initiated to Osian. I'm not an Osian priest.
Then don't speak on him.
There are many things I don't know. There are many things I do not. There are many things I do not know. That is correct.
Same here.
But do in my, you know what? I'm not even gonna say that because it wouldn't even
A
make sense.
wise
Let me
man,
just say, listen.
a wise man hears all, sees all, and says nothing.
You are still speaking in this cryptic parable
That
talk. What was
is the truth. A wise
No,
man
no, no.
hears
Listen,
all,
don't try to
sees
pretend like you
all,
got
and
like something
says
special.
nothing.
Listen,
This
let
is
me tell
part of
you. No, let me
restraint.
tell you this.
This is part of
No,
restraint and discernment.
I got you.
no, first of all,
What was
Yes,
speaking?
restraint and discernment.
What was the point of you speaking to begin with?
You asked a question about me and if I
Before
was initiated or any of that, and you don't know enough, or I even trust that you should be speaking with me on Papa Ozane specifically.
okay, let's move away just from the aspect of Papa Zing, and let's get into the aspect of
That's like me asking someone about Metcalf Fu, if they were initiated or if they received. These things can be both true, but
very much
I'm
so.
in no position to be asking when I have never received Metcalf Fu nor been initiated. And I would never expect someone who has received Metcalf Fu or has been initiated to speak on him with me.
Okay, what I'm saying is, let's get back. What I'm saying is this, bro. What was the point of you even opening your mouth in the beginning? Because you spoke first. What was the point?
She asked me a question.
No, you spoke before a question was even asked to you.
If this is true, then what did I say, sir?
I'm not specifically clear, but following
Exactly.
following how the conversation was going. I'm sorry, I don't know specifically exactly word for word what you were saying. Nonetheless, she asked, I do know this. She asked, did anyone want to speak? You spoke. A question wasn't asked to you. You spoke. And you brought up Papa San. Didn't you, correct?
No, I didn't bring up Papa Zane.
Then who
Actually,
brought up
DJ Genesis said, since I'm a priest, a Papa Hossein, and I corrected her with the truth of the actual fact of the actual matter, I am not a priest.
So was it a question or was it a misnomer of what I thought? Because you told me before that you had received Papa Zane. I thought that you were a priest of it. That's not a question. That's just me.
You actually asked if I was you actually spoke as if I was initiated priest of Papa Hossein, and I want to not live a lie nor embellish. I just want to be honest with simple truth and get it
Okay.
out of
All
there.
right. So the bottom line is that I get it. So you received it, and
Do all your Googles and find out if the initiation or receivementship of Papa Hossein is even available online. And I'll wait. Very obscure. It's very obscure.
okay, I was gonna get Papa Zane before I became an Oya. But Papa Zane is something you put over your doors. You get it and you put it in your house, and that is to protect you a certain way. What are you saying? You're laughing. What's so funny? That's not funny because when you get it, like you have to take care of it. All of the Orisha, the Goon in my backyard, all the different Orisha you get, you have to like take care of that Orisha, including those Zane. So some people get that Orisha, you know, but whether or
But
not put
y'all,
on someone, whether it could be on
You
put
keep
on
on
someone's
saying
head.
get. It's received.
yo,
Speak for a
DJ
second.
Genesis.
Like
All right,
given.
yeah, go ahead, Mighty Hebrew.
I'm attentively listening to this conversation, this discussion, right? And one of the things that the brother was saying about keeping things secret, I think many of our traditions should be secret. And the reason why I'm saying this, because look at what's going on right now. Um, people coming on social media, they're not really sitting amongst elders within the community that they represent. It's causing a lot of confusion, a lot of confusion. So when you see this type of behavior, and when you got people that you really can't see, you don't see their faces, it causes a lot of disruption in our communities. You know what I'm saying? And I feel as though that all these communities, whether you're talking the Nation Gods and Herbs, Hebrew Israelites, Nuwabians, Moors, Kemetic, the Ephah traditions, or Ephah traditional people, not the traditions itself, et cetera, et cetera. All of our communities have been fragmented and weakened, not only just through external and internal, factors, but also social media has crippled the traditions, because it's like a Shaolin monk trying to be an abbot, but not being instructed by an abbot. And this is what you're seeing going on right now. Somebody trying to make a 30, and I'm not saying on this panel, I'm talking about the collective. You got people trying to make a 37th chamber without being instructed by the first original 36 abbots of each chamber. And I'm using that metaphorically speaking. We got to come back to the elders. In our tradition, as the children of Israel in Devarim, or Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 6 to 8, it tells us to remember the days of old and the many years that came upon us, to go ask our fathers that they may tell us, and to seek our Zakwanim, or our elders, that they may lead us and show us. So we have to return back to the elders. And yes, everything is not meant to be in the public eye. My mama or my Ima always told me, never let your left hand know what your right hand doing. And what's going on, people is now creating forms of diffusionisms with these traditions, mixing it. That's why now you got people that say, you know, they mixing the Islam with the Ephod, the Hebrew with the Aboriginal, and just a bunch of confusion. And in turn, it has crippled our communities. So none of our communities are exempt of being crippled. Now, what we need to do, that's on the panel, and those like myself on the ground and others that might be on social media, we need a conflict resolution. We need a healing process now, because mixing up all these traditions, coming online without no teachers, no instructors, anything, you know what I mean? Because when you're a priest, or you've been brought forth, or you've been initiated, or whatever, it's a certain oral and conduct that one displays themselves on social media. When I be seeing these people, and I'm not just talking about those in the Ephod tradition, even in the Hebrew Israelite culture, you'll see people there get a King James Version Bible, Apocrypha, from Babylon to Timbuktu, study for 6 months on social media, and then create their own social media platform. Now they teachers. That is not a teacher. True Hebrew, if you've seen the recent interview with the Crown Prince Zerubbabel Shaddai, that Zion Lex interview, and one of the statements he was breaking down is like, you had to be initiated in Bnei Zakwain Hebrew Israelite congregation out in New York to wear a turban. Now anybody can just wrap the turban. The community that I come out of, you couldn't even wear a turban until at least you was 10 years in the culture. So you got people running around just throwing on turbans, you know, throwing some beads around their neck, saying that they're giving you readings, or they giving you instruction from the Torah or whatever. This type of behavior has to stop. It has to stop. And it's going to take people like us that been initiated or appointed in positions, you know what I'm saying, amongst our elders. You know what I mean? I was appointed a prince by the late Prince Asiel ben Yisrael, the founder of Soul Vegetarian Restaurant, and the second in command of, with the late Ben Ami and the late Prince Dr. Shaliah ben Yahuda that founded our community in Dimona, Israel. I sat amongst some real major master teachers. Momi Abu Jamal was my mentor for 5 years while he sat on death row. Okay, I sat amongst Pan Africa, Ramona Africa from Move out in Philly. I was a contributing columnist for the Black Star newspaper and sat under the tutelage of the late Henry Bernardo. I sat amongst Dr. Ashaka Mushabar Shingle. I sat amongst Dr. Yosef A. Ben Yokanayan before he passed away. So I'm saying we gotta get amongst those that sat amongst master teachers in all these communities and come together and create conflict resolution so this type of behavior stop. Hallelujah.
Sure. And like I said, you know, I'm sitting amongst certain master teachers. Baba is sitting amongst certain master teachers that are saying to us that yes, Ephod wants us to reveal certain things. Now, of course, it's not saying to reveal everything. You know, even down to, okay, yes, you can do Odu, but you can do Odu for situations, but you can't like do a whole reading for someone online, like with a full Odu, right? And I actually did a reading on that, and it came out exactly like, boom, no, you can't. Yeah, like this, yes or no question. I verified it, and that's exactly what it came out. Is like, no, you could like do Odu, but not for like anything in depth for a person, but for a situation you can. So it got verified through the Odu to me that yes, it Odu itself wants to be known. It doesn't want to be hidden anymore. Odu wants to come out. So yes, the things that we're talking about. So when I'm sorry, brother, uh Man in High Castle is like, well, you things need to be still hidden. Well, I cannot go against what's coming out to me in the Odu that's saying that no, this is what it wants to be known. It doesn't want to stay hidden. I can't go against my own reading and what the Odu is telling me to do. You know, so I get it that okay, you might have Osayin and Osayin is hidden. So okay, the herbs and everything hidden. What
First, I
herbs?
want to be clear,
What
if I
herbs to
can.
use and this that the other way. All right, hidden. But
If I
when
could
it
be
comes,
clear,
Mhm.
I mean, I never meant hidden. I never meant secret. My words are kept private, not public. Private as in not everyone can just join up and invest. It's not listed. Public would mean anybody, it's accessible, readily accessible for anybody to just invest with it, where it can become theirs. It can even be bought out. People can be voted out. That's the issue at hand. People, there's a small majority, a very tiny majority who want to bring this public. And
It's not
the
the
larger
majority
majority
that wants
is
to
not
bring it
even with
public.
that. It's not with that.
But hold on, it's not about what listen. This is not about what
Mm.
people want. I
Ooh.
talked to the Oracle, and the Oracle said this is what it wants. It's not about what people see. Hold on. When you throw and the throw says, listen, yes, this is what it wants. Okay. That's not people. That is what the Oracle is requesting to make this a thing that people see, so that they can understand what the true understanding of it is and get beyond. So it's misunderstood. Baba, can you like go more deeper into the misunderstanding that's
I'm,
been happening and why it would want to be?
I'm gonna, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna bring it.
Pros and cons too, like the benefits of making it public.
I'm going to like this. I'm gonna take it back there as you said before. How you were saying before. I'm not a priest. I'm not a priest of Osian. I don't know Osian as you do. I cannot speak on Osian as you do. The priest of Osian, yes, he is an Orisha, but I'm not a priest of Osian. I'm a priest of Ifa. You are not a priest of.
Brother, Mighty Hebrew, it's like,
No, stop it.
could you imagine,
No, he was talking, sir. No, no, no,
could
no,
you
no. He was
imagine,
talking.
I'm
No,
just
no,
asking, sir,
no,
Mighty
no, no, no,
Hebrew.
no. He was talking. You interrupted him. And stop it.
I'm
Let
speaking
him
in.
talk, bro.
I'm speaking in. I'm speaking right now in perspective. Now, true, initiated Ifa priests in this tradition have not made Ifa in the tradition as accessible, as you say, as it has been. You have a lot of people faking as if it has been. Whole lot of people out here are faking. Go get one reading done, learn a little bit, then run off and go start their own thing. As you just said, it's a lot of that. That's been happening, and that's been happening throughout every aspect of all traditions as it is right now. So I understand the perspective of having everything as being secret. But our elders, these are instructions we have been given from our master teachers, our elders. I'm not going to give out no more than what I was told to give out. I will not go too far. I will not go too beyond. All things are not meant for everyone. As you said, I agree with that completely. But I will follow instructions as it was given.
I share. And here's the thing: they don't just say something without giving instructions first. There's an entire instruction on how to do it and what to do and why they want to do it. So I think that
we need to teach about Ifa. We need to teach about the Shay, and just the understanding of what it is. That's all that's being given out. No one is teaching the system bit by bit, detail by detail. That has to be shown. That cannot just be given out just in this perspective in this platform of where we're doing it right now. It's not enough information. I believe, this is my personal belief. I truly believe they're wanting the tradition to grow. And as it should, but it needs to grow the right way.
May I add on?
Yes, sir.
There are certain aspects, and one of these aspects, say for instance, people may talk about the tetragrammaton.
Tetragrammaton?
More likely, I mispronounced it.
Yes, sir.
But then there's Metatron.
Yes, sir.
Do you see people teaching about Metatron?
Yeah. But yes. Reverend Field Valentine broke down on the tetragrammaton and
do they speak about Metatron?
Yes.
Mighty Hebrew. Do they speak about Metatron?
Some people do, yes.
Some.
Yes.
Would you speak on it?
Give me a few minutes. I'm handling something real quick. I'm coming back in, but I'm listening.
I appreciate it. See, these things, these aspects of what I'm speaking on next, you keep on saying Ifa. Papa Ozane supersedes Ifa in many other houses. Just to cross over into one house, you need Papa Ozane. That's as far as I'm going to go with y'all. Y'all just know about Ifa. There are other houses, and you keep on assuming. You keep on assuming.
Do not make assumptions about what we know about.
You keep assuming that I'm speaking only as if Papa Ozane and through Ifa. He supersedes all that.
What houses are you speaking from? From the perspective of what houses are you speaking?
See, you don't know enough about Papa Ozane to get to the next houses. you're going to need Papa Ozane. He predates Ifa. Get that together.
Okay, he predates Eva. So all the secret bullshit. I don't like this.
It's
I don't.
not a secret.
You know what? I don't
It's
feel like
private.
I'll say this. I'll say this.
And you guys know this. There's other houses besides Ifa.
Very
Right,
much.
listen, there's Egungun. There's other thing before you get Ifa. You know that before you even get like any Orisha, you get Egungun. So I wouldn't be yeah, you get Ozane too. Before you get if it's meant for you to get Ozane, you'll get Ozane. But all this like pretending like that Ozane is like something like
This is not a
other than
pretend.
Egungun. Hold on. Egungun is a society. Ozane is a society. There is the Orisha that's a society. Let's not pretend like all these things are not societies, and they're not like private societies that existed within the community. Yes, there are people that know the herbs, that know the Iwe, that know the earth, that know the herbs and the fauna and the flora of the earth. That's all Ozane is. Let's not like make it like this something like this, like something that people don't know what it is. Ozane is the herbs. Iwe. Okay. A lot of times people want to make
Ozane
everything spooky and spooky
is
wooky
the
dooky.
Ashe.
Right. Okay, but all right. The herbs
And
that
the
actually make the
Ashe
Ashe. That's herbs. The herbs make
is
the Ashe. Okay.
beyond Ifa. It was
So
before
the,
Ifa.
I don't that's debatable. That
That's
It's
something
no debate.
Oh, it's Osian that's being Ashe. That I've never heard before.
That's why you're an Ifa only.
oh like him. So then we go. So now he is, and he is he. So now so this is that's why you're just in Eva because but I'm in the Osane society and so therefore you don't know about Osane. I don't play those games like this. I don't play
There's
the games
people who
of
are Palo.
superiority over one over the other.
Ashe exists.
That's like trying to show
There's
superiority or
people
something.
who are
If you
Palo.
have something more
And there's people who are not.
okay. Yeah, you know.
Ashe existed before.
You are not Palo. You are not Santeria. You are Ifa.
No, I am actually Lukumi. Santeria is a jacked up name that people put into Lukumi, but it's Lukumi. It's not Santeria.
So which one
Santeria
are
is
you?
Lukumi. Santeria is a name that it's almost like saying, you know, they had drum and bass, but they also have jungle music, right? But it actually is called drum and bass. You know, when you go to like the UK. So jungle music is what white people named it because it was niggas like making music that was like James Brown beats sped up. But the people that actually like listen to it call it drum and bass. They don't call it jungle music. So Santeria is like calling Lukumi jungle music. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what they did. When they found out about Lukumi, they named it Santeria because it dealt with the saints. But in reality, Lukumi is Lukumi. Palo, based of the Congo, is another religion that is based on like the Muerto and the also so that's where you probably would get all Sayin, you know. Me being a priest of Oya, normally I would get scratched in Palo. However, it was not in my destiny to do that. But I do have a Palo priest in my Igun. So the bottom line is that, like, yes, you know, Osayin, if you got like Osayin through Palo, okay. That does not mean that Osayin supersedes Ifa.
You pronounce it Osain as if you were Santeria.
Okay. Again, like I said, Santeria is a misnomer of the Lukumi people. So see how you're like calling things Santeria? No, Santeria is a
Um,
misnomer.
you're pronouncing it as if you were a Latino.
I got initiated in the Latino house. So yes.
It's Papa Ozain.
Okay. Well, so are you Haitian?
I'm a
First of
full-blood
all,
American and I'm proud.
Ozane, so Ozane, if you got scratched in Palo to get Ozane, is that even how you say it either? Papa Ozane. Papa? Is that like a Congo name? Papa? P-A-P-A? Papa? P-P? No, Baba, maybe? You going into like Africa, you're not gonna say Papa. Papa is a Latin way of saying father. So as much as you want to like tell me that I'm saying I'm
Papa is a Latin way of
mispronouncing
saying father?
P-A-P-A.
No.
P-A-P Papa, yeah, Papa. Africa says Baba, not Papa. That is a
Papa.
Latin.
Baba is Baba. Papa is Papa. Like father.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna have this argument with you about some stupid ass shit. Like, bro, okay, so you got scratched in
Father,
Palo,
like
you got scratched in Palo, you got Osage. All right,
Papa, like
shouts out.
fat her. Like fat in her womb. Papa Ozane.
Child, we're not gonna have like this weird ass class. You're
No,
getting
that's not a weird conversation. It's just the
fat her,
breakdown.
fat father, fat her, and all that stuff. You're getting too
Yes.
it's ridiculous.
Like the seed planter.
Padre, that is a Latin pa. Pa
That's
is a
Padre is
Latin sound. Pa is a Latin sound, not a African.
Papa and
Ba is
Padre.
Latin is African, not pa.
Papa
Okay.
Ozane.
Okay. All right. So sound like you went through Latinos to get your Palo initiation because if you actually were to go
If you
into the
believe
Congo,
so, you're wrong.
did you go to the Congo?
I didn't go anywhere. I received.
Oh, okay. You went to America. So like I'm not here to challenge your whatever it is that I was aiming from. My thing
Thank
is
you.
we're having an argument over
I
Papa
want
versus Baba.
everybody, if they can, to try to find out more about Papa Ozane before even trying to challenge or debate. It's not even a debate. I'm glad that we're not cursing each other out, but this is exactly why this stuff needs to be safeguarded, because I've seen already those looking for weakness and cracks in my foundation, in my intimacy with Papa Ozane. Thank you guys.
It's not about your cracks and weaknesses in Papa Ozane. It's just that you're trying to make it seem like it's like this. Never mind. All right. You're
I,
good.
can I speak for a second, sis?
Go ahead.
Okay. I was speaking from the perspective of I was seeking to understand. I wanted to understand this perspective in which you came from. I'm a student first, and always. I do not know everything, will not pretend to. I believe I did that I know. I have
Well, I
so
think he got off the panel, but let me just say this: is that I get it that someone got Ozane, but Ozane is given like to people regularly. I mean, I was gonna get when I was sick. I was gonna get Ozane.
well
Like
science.
I don't know why people are trying to pretend. Okay, I got my Warriors, and then I got sick, and then I was going to get Ozane. So we're not going to sit up here and pretend like Ozane is like not a Narisha, and it came before Ifa, and that it's like this secret thing that maybe in Palo, if he said we got scratched in Palo, we're not going to sit up here and
He didn't even say that.
he didn't say he got scratched.
No, he didn't say he got scratched at all. He was speak. I believe he was more or less speaking in perspective and kind of fishing to try to see what we know and what we don't know. More or less, to my understanding, all the Orishas existed before the tradition within itself. Osian is a you receive. I believe you receive. You were getting ready to receive Osian. You said
Yeah,
because you
because I was about to die.
Osian is a healer.
Right. So all it tells me is that he probably was sick at one point, very sick, and had to get Osian. So, but like to make it seem like this secret thing, like this deep secret like society that no one should talk about. No, no, Osian is herbs.
Very much so.
Let's not pretend like Osian is not herbs.
Osian is more than that. Very much. He's both signed from to my understanding is very much so more than that. I'm not going to speak to the extent because I'm not Osian. I don't have Osian. I'm not Osian priest, and I don't want to I don't want to misspeak. More or less. Uh,
It's the flora and fauna of the earth, but the herbs, the main thing, the healing herbs, all of your Omiro, all that stuff come from Osian. So in order to make those things, you have to have Osian.
mhm.
In order to make Omiro and well, but we all but listen, as
But we receive,
Orisha priest,
yeah,
you
we receive that in immediate upon initiation because during our initiation, that's where we learn to make Omiero.
hello. So I don't know what the secret is and why it's like this. Oh no, like you, I have something bigger than you, and it came before. That is like I don't like. I don't want to. I don't want to have this. See, that's the thing. Is sometimes people like want to take the Orisha thing and they want to like, oh, okay, well, oh, you're Oya. Well, Oshun is higher up than Oya. Well, I'm Yemoya, so I'm higher up than no, and then I'm outside, so I have a higher up thing than E5. So it's like a thing where people want to make a hierarchy of which Orisha is higher than the other. And
Every
they
last one.
all have a very important function on this earth. And so therefore I'm not going, that's why I'm arguing with this guy because I'm like, dude, we're not gonna play the hierarchy game.
There is no hierarchy in that aspect because every last one of these in Odu, every last one of the Orisha have I consulted. Orumula.
Man, let me tell you something. Water, if it overflows or it gets out of control, it can destroy the earth.
Can you not?
Air,
Yeah.
if it gets out of control, it can destroy the earth. Earth itself, if it gets out of control, earthquakes destroy the earth. If fire goes too hard, it can destroy the earth. But guess what? Osian, if it overgrows in certain areas, fungus, all this stuff, it can destroy the earth. Just as much as the herbs can heal you, it could actually kill you too. Everything has a good side and a bad side. Everything has its healing properties and its negative properties. So a wind could be a cool breeze or it could be a fucking tornado, hurricane at best, you know? The ocean could be like a slight, like, a current, or it could be a damn tsunami. The earth can like feed you and everything, or it could be an earthquake, or it could shift to the point where everybody goes flying off that bitch. You know what I'm saying? Earth itself, right? Fire can warm you up at night or it can burn you. All of the Orisha, all the elements that make up the Orisha have a dual thing that could like either be good or bad. And all of them at its fullest capacity could be destructive enough to annihilate everyone on this earth. So we're not going to pretend like one Orisha, whether it be Osian or anything else, is any more powerful than any other Orisha. Because all the Orisha are powerful. They all need to be respected.
They all have their purposes amongst the circle of natural forces.
Period. So that's all it really boils down to. We're not gonna try to make Osian seem like it's before E5. Osian before E5? Maybe at the same time, simultaneously, I would say that it makes sense that it was like around the same time. So it's a primordial forest. The herbs are primordial, but to say that it existed before or prior to, I don't know. I think that everything has its place.
Very much so. Very much so. I think we need to get out of the aspect of this is why one of the major reasons why I do not like the I don't like debates. Period. It's not that information cannot be challenged or even tested. Too much ego is involved.
Right. And then to try to use those sign as a reason why, even though we got our instructions from a higher point, a higher
We,
level,
we
that
received that
he's coming with his thing of it needs to be kept secret. It's like, well, sir, what authority? Because I'm not going off of whatever your authority is. I'm going off what the authority of like the actual Odu is. I'm not even going off of what someone told me. The Odu told me that, you know?
understood.
I'm not even going off of words from human beings. I'm going off of words from like the actual Odu and what came out and what I was told based on the Odu. So, you know what? There is a video I want to play. I'm gonna try to see if I can if I can bring it up. Let me see if I can do this. Let me see if I can do this. Bye bye. Can I do this? Nope. It doesn't let me do it.
Can I say this before you pull the video up?
Mm-hmm.
This is my personal perspective. I believe enough should be given to pique interest, but then they have to come see us.
Of course, that we already determined that.
Right, but I want that
Of
to be
course, we don't
understood.
have to give the whole game up. Like, oh, we're gonna like just show everything. Here we go.
I want that to be understood and know.
One of the last things I was going to mention is this. Do you believe Osine Papa Zane is the earth or more?
Papa was saying, you speaking to me directly?
Do you believe Papa Zane is the earth? Because you refer to him as herb.
Papa was saying, is the earth. This is the
See,
yeah.
the one thing that people are missing is that Papa Zane is botanical,
Mm-hmm.
water. He is the water. Plants grow from water, from the ocean, just like algae. Have you ever heard of the myth of the waiting between Orunmila and Papa Zane?
I've heard of it.
It's a plus lesson.
I have heard of it.
See, there are certain plants you can't just pull from the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And one of these plants are algae.
Mm-hmm.
Some say seaweed. The ancestor to seaweed is algae. Hence, Papa Ozane. He is before before the young Orishas. He's from a time before time in the creation myths. He has no father nor mother.
Can I ask a question real fast?
Correct. Go ahead.
To you? Okay. I'm hearing you, right? And you're saying that this Orisha is older. So let me ask you this question. Them younger Orishas, where did they come from? Were they once apart or one with the older Orisha before they objectively became separated? Weren't they once one with the one?
That's a great question, sir. There was a time before Ifa where there was the Arum moles.
Right.
These were the precursors.
Okay. So
Uduwadu,
right.
where Odu come Oduwadu, where
Oh, doo-doo-wah.
Oduduwa, where that comes from, hence the word Odu.
Right. But the
Ozane is
question,
before him. Ozane, in many aspects, is before him.
so let me what I'm expressing is, what if I say that it was all one and just portionalized within the self? So even the younger Rishas, they always existed. They just existed in another form before it took on another form, correct?
Perhaps.
You can't destroy energy. You only can transform it, correct? Energy can't be
Energy
created
can't
nor
be
destroyed.
destroyed. Correct. Energy
Right.
cannot be
So,
destroyed. Correct.
right. So, like when I ask many people, like for instance, many Muslims, they teach that Allah is above his creation. And I'm saying before what we define as creation, wouldn't it just all been a law? Just like if this is why when you look in the Bereshit or the Genesis chapter 1, many people don't understand what they read because they don't have the Hebrew cosmological thought. And when you're reading, it's not Yahweh per se, but it's the Elohim or the powerful ones or these interdimensional beings within the one. You know what I mean? So like I said, many is one, one is many. So the point that I'm saying is when you talk about the younger Orishas, the older wouldn't exist without the younger, and the younger wouldn't exist without the older, so to say. To have this system, it all has to be. So the way you speaking is as if you're separating, when in fact you need these other Orishas. You need them to maintain this system, so to say. Because let's say if we go by your logic and we ignore the younger Orishas, then it destroys the foundation of the system itself. Because you need, or let me ask you this, are there any practitioners following this system without the younger Orishas?
No.
That's my point.
Yes.
So the argument is, there are, give me one group, hold on, DJ Genesis, it's fine, I got this. Give me one group of people in Africa, in West Africa, that
Why does
practice
it have
a
to be West
system.
Africa?
Because that the Orisha traditions, or the Ifa traditions, come from out of West Africa. So what I'm saying to you is, I'm asking you, just give me any people. We ain't even got, that's not limited to Africa, okay? That's for the sake of argument. Show me any group of people that's following this system without the younger Orishas. That's my point. So the statement
if you're dealing with other houses, not all houses follow Ifa.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Exactly.
What
So it has to be cleared up that Ifa is a continuing of something much older.
I know. No, listen to me. It's non and void to speak that, because the younger Orishas is
like
there.
The Enuma Elish is much older than the Torah.
Cutting me off. I know you're cutting me off. And if you understood the Torah, yes, it's older than the written Torah, but the instruction itself always existed. Because when you're dealing with the Torah and Hebrew Gematria, now you're talking mathematics, because our letters are our numbers. There's nothing older than mathematics. But we're not focusing on the Torah right now. We're focusing on the Orisha. Now, if you want to have a discussion on Torah, we can easily do that.
There's always a precursor.
Hold on. Have some decorum. Relax. What I'm saying to you is, you cannot, the younger, what you're defining as the younger Orisha is there for a reason. That I asked a simple question, and I want a simple answer. Is there any group of people on the planet that is following this particular system with these Orishas that are not using the younger Orishas? Yes or no?
Yes.
It's just that simple. All right, give me the name of that group.
You should find it yourself.
No, come on, man. I'm a scholar, man. I've been in this walk for 34 years. I am telling you, man, that is not an answer, my young brother. That is not an answer. If you don't know, just be a man. Stand on your 10 toes.
If you didn't know that there's an older system to things.
Listen. I am asking you a question. Listen, it's like what I mean by this.
You're asking me a question. I'm telling you yes.
There is no, where scholars get confused. I'm using this as an example. You got what is called the E source and the J source. The problem with European scholars, they think it's two different authors that wrote the Torah. That's not true. When one understands the many in the one, okay, when you're talking about Elohim, it has a singular feminine with a masculine plural. So you have the many in the one. Eurocentric scholars think it's two separate authors, but it's not, because they don't understand Hebrew cosmology. That's the same when I'm talking about this Orisha thing. To have the one, you gotta have the many. There's nothing in the annals of history of ancient traditional people that looked at a singular. They were originally what you would consider a henotheistic people, man. So what I'm saying to you, and I'm gonna ask you again, don't tell me to look it up. Just say you don't know. I am asking you.
Know. The fact
Okay,
is
so
that
give me
you
the
don't
name.
know, sir.
Okay, so give me the name. No. Give me a modern. I've been all over out. Have you ever been to Africa, man?
I've been to Africa in different ways.
Okay, I'm asking.
Through a woman.
No, have you been on the ground? I said amongst the Yoruba, yo. I said amongst the Igbo, the Ashanti. I said amongst these people. So I'm saying to you, these people over in Nigeria that uphold this culture, you will never see them trying to separate what you would call the lesser Orisha or the younger Orisha from the greater body. You're not going to see that. And if so, I'm asking you right now to give me a name, and I'm online right now. I can look them up right now. Show me. This is what I'm saying.
RUNOLE. They were before the Orishas.
No. Give me the name.
They were before the Orishas. I just gave it to you.
I'm asking. No.
You can type it up. You can bring it up. You can draw it up right now. Share your screen. Share your screen.
No. Don't say that, DJ Genesis. I want to keep him right there because he's not answering the question. No, I'm talking about the group of people that give me the group of people that exist today, like the Ashanti, the Dahomey, the Akan, give the Hebrew, give me some tribe, give me some people that follow this tradition that don't deal with the younger Orisha. I'm asking a simple question. That is not the answer that you give. You giving me something that you're saying that's before. That's not what I asked you. I asked you about a group of people that exist on this planet today that follow the Ifa. I've been around people that follow the Ifa tradition for 40 years. And I've never heard nobody say
there's
that there's a group of
life than just Ifa.
I'm not saying that there's more in life than Ifa. Hold on, you ain't got to say nothing, DJ Genesis. If you peep it, he's not answering my question. The question is simple. You're saying that your whole argument is that people are looking at these Orishas, but they're younger Orishas, and basically there's something older than that you really don't need that. And I'm saying to you is to give me a group of people. No, you didn't say that word verbatimly, but the thought.
I answered yes. There's people who practice that.
Okay, I'm not saying individual people that come up with their own mind state like you. I'm talking about a collective body politic. Which group of people? Come on, man. Which group of initiative adapts in your school of thought that we can go to and see a group of people following this every day within their traditional practices? Where they at? Where they at? Like the community I come out of. No. If you list everybody in the listening audience, you gotta hear these responses. The planet Earth. Notice you're not giving a definitive answer because you don't have one. Just be a man and stand on your
sir.
And say,
I want y'all to fact check everything that I've said, and you'll come up with.
We're not. Listen, we're not. Listen, no. You would be in the right, brother, if you say, yo, you can go to this tribe right now.
Just like there was a dynasty before
I'm not talking about their war. I'm talking about their end. I'm going to keep talking over you because you're not going to talk over me. What I'm asking you is a simple question. And I'm saying, listen, sir. I am telling you, I'm asking you. I'm not talking about what was. I'm talking about what is. That's a difference. I am asking you, where is the tribe today? Listen, everybody. This is fundamental listening comprehension 101. I am asking, where is there a tribe right now that we can go to that practices this particular? No, it don't matter. A tribe, a community. No. I'm talking about a tribe. No, what it is, you bring it up. I'm gonna tell you what you're doing. You're being pseudo, and I can clearly see that
No,
you
sir,
was
you're
not
just angry.
initiated. No, you was not initiated amongst
You're
no
just
real
angry,
Yoruba people.
sir.
Okay,
You're
no,
just
I'm not
angry.
angry. No, I could talk over you too, and I could tell you
It
ain't
doesn't matter
no
if you talk
foundational
over
black
me.
American.
You're
Are you a
angry.
black American? Are you a black American?
Absolutely,
Are you?
yes.
So if
And
you're
I'm
a black
proud.
American,
And
have
I'm
you?
proud to be an
Okay, so if you
American.
both. No, I said, are you a black American?
Yes, my race is black, and I'm proud to be American.
All right, so your mother and father are black Americans from slaves.
Yes.
Okay, all right, cool. That's cool. All right, so what I'm saying to you is this. Again, I'm gonna ask the same question. You keep saying planet Earth, this. No, what I'm asking you, I'm gonna flip it to me. Say if I say if somebody, okay, I'm a Kabbalist. I'm a Hebrew Israelite national, and I'm a Kabbalist. So if somebody come to me, if I'm talking to somebody and they say, well, show me a group of people that's holding this Kabbalistic thought that you do. I can say right now you can go to Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa, amongst the school of the prophets, and the founding father of this Kabbalistic idea that created the Hebrew school of wisdom is the late Prince Dr. Shaliach ben Yahuda, and you got over 3,500 practitioners in Dimona, Israel that's holding this school of thought. You see how I'm pinpointing you to a group of people that you can see this verse. Well, this was, this older people or it what? No, I'm talking about. I'm telling you that you cannot uphold this tradition without the younger Orishas. You can't. Because if you could, it would be done. And nobody's doing that. There's no group of people on this planet. DJ Genesis, do you know any? Now, you've been in this over 7 years. Do you know any group of people or any Babalaos or anybody that taught you anything what he said as it
That's
pertains to you
why
don't need the
Ozane
younger?
supersedes Ifa. And you're
I'm not
upset.
talking about. Listen, but okay, let me ask you something. So the Orisha come from the Ozane, correct? 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 The Orisha come from the Ozane. And what I'm saying is, can the you saying that the Ozane can the Ozane exist without the Orisha? Because that's a portion of himself, correct?
Yep.
Yes or no? All right, then. So
Yeah.
they both.
Because if you have herbs, then you have like rivers. You have
He is the Lord of the
mountains, you have-
leaves.
It doesn't matter where
He is the Ashe.
But
There
guess
is
what?
no
If the leaves
Ifa
don't, but if the
without
energy, but listen, if the
Ozane.
energy of the leaves don't exist, there is no Ozane. You're separating you can't separate it. The separation is the illusion. That's just a dimensional aspect.
You might
The
not be
leaves
familiar with
itself
the
is just,
Ozanists then.
Sir,
listen.
you can't have Ozane without rivers. You can't have Ozane without oceans. You can't have Ozane without mountains. You can't have Ozane
Right,
without the earth. You can't have Ozane without the
right.
water. You can't have
Are you
Ozane
familiar
without
with the
salt.
Ozanist?
No, it doesn't
You
matter what the
cannot.
Ozane is. Like this, listen. What
Exactly. You're not familiar.
no. What does plants grow out of? Water, earth, mountain.
Right, it
All these
need these
things.
elements.
So
That's
Ozane
what
is the
I'm gonna be
water.
honest.
no,
It sound like I'm gonna be honest,
Plants
and,
grow
and
in water.
it's no
but water
disrespect.
have to
It
exist
just
first,
sound like
and then
you learn
plants.
on social
Ozane
media.
is the water.
No, it's
On the
not.
cool
You have Ozane.
You're
Listen,
wilding.
plants. Listen, seaweed. Okay, which is a herb.
Kale,
Right. Okay.
algae,
Listen, everything.
algae.
Okay, but before you have algae, you have water. So
Ozane is
water.
the water.
Olokun is the water.
No, Ozane is the water.
The source of water is
He's
Olokun.
before them.
What are you talking about? What?
He's
This
before
dude,
them.
I'm
That's how
looking
you
at
know
it
you're not
online.
initiated. You're not initiated.
Ozane is not. I'm looking at it
You guys are
online.
upset
The
at new
Ozane is not the
information.
water.
That's
It's
just
not the
wild
water.
to you, man. It's just wild to y'all.
Ozane is
It-
not the water, bro.
He is the water.
Ozane,
He's botanical. He is the water.
No, it's not.
You could tell that this guy ain't really study amongst no initiative adapts. I can
You could tell that you're upset and
because
you don't know what you're speaking.
You can tell that he cannot even.
You're combative amongst elders and every. Hold on, DJ Genesis.
You're not my
I'm an
elder, sir. You're not my elder.
No. That's not. Listen.
You're not old enough to be my parent.
And listen, you don't even know how old I am.
You're
That's
not old
number one.
enough to be my parent, sir.
Listen, and number, you don't even know how old I am.
You
So
don't
You're
have
not
what are you
old enough
talking
to be
about?
my parent.
And furthermore, if I've been in this culture for 34 years, you must
you're
listen.
not my elder.
Listen.
I'm not
your elder
either.
E5 tradition, and the E5 traditions, you are to respect your elders. And then E5
You're not
culture,
my
anybody
elder,
50
sir.
or older. How old is an elder? How old is an elder in the
You're
E5
not my
tradition?
elder. You might be.
No,
Let
answer
me
the
tell you
question.
that
If you want to debate, no, I got
on,
this. If you want, hold on. If you want to debate, we can debate. I'll smash you in front of everybody. How old is your elders in the E5 tradition? Let's get it.
You're
Since
not
you want
my
to be
elder,
combative
sir.
and you think you talk like that.
In
No, I
life,
asked
you're
you a
not my
question.
elder.
You do what you're doing. You moving
You're
the
not my elder,
goalposts as
sir.
you bend on.
You might be
Answer the
older
question.
than me,
How old
but
is
you're
the
not my
elders?
elder.
No. How old is the elders in the E5 tradition so I can smash you in front of everybody? I'm not that type of Hebrew. I'm not one of them three-corner Hebrews. I put in that real work. How old is your elders
Sir.
in the E5 tradition? No, it's no
Sir,
sir.
if we were in
You
a
have no
crawl
respect.
space,
I asked
I
you a
would
simple
jack you
question.
up
I asked you a
and I would
simple
choke
question
you out.
about the younger
Do you
Orishas,
understand
and
that?
what you did was you tried to come on here and overtalk people. Put him on mute right now. As a matter of fact, you really on my show. You a guest. DJ Genesis is my people's. You don't even know who you on the platform with. So now mute him. I asked this man a simple question. The question is this. You're making it seem like you don't need the younger Orishas to serve this other power that you claim that come. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. To deal with this tradition. You need this, man. And I listen, I don't give a fuck what you talking about. I'm coming to you direct. And if I was in your face, I'd tell you in your face. You don't know what you're talking about. You got other people that's on here that practice these traditions and they're telling you that you're wrong. You're disrespecting the elders. I asked you, how old is an elder in the Ifa tradition? And you can't tell me, just like you can't tell me a group of people on this planet right now following the Ifa traditions without the younger Orishas. I've never heard that before. And I've been on this walk as a Hebrew Israelite for 34 years, traveled 17 African countries, sat amongst 42 tribes. I said amongst the Maasai. I said amongst the Inyumbo. I said amongst the Ashanti, the Akan, the Dahomian. I said amongst different people, the Bedouin tribes. This dude ain't doing no research on the ground, and he trying to tell y'all both on here practice the tradition, and he telling y'all both wrong. I'm online right now, and that is not that doesn't represent that power you said. It doesn't represent the water. So why are you on here lying to people, man? I asked a simple question, and I'm telling you, DJ Genesis, these cats are pseudo. They're learning online. They wasn't initiated like you, and you said amongst these people and learn. These people are learning on social media, man. I'm telling you, because no Babala would say the dumb shit he's saying. They would never separate the younger Orisha, or correctly, the lesser Orisha, from the greater body. They wouldn't do that. If they did that, then y'all won't have no system. There wouldn't be a system, period. So stop. You got 613 commandments in the Torah, 248 positive, 365 negative. If I say, oh, the 248 was first before the other 365, like, come on, man. You need all 613 commandments. You need them all to have the greater understanding so the community can function. I'm going to ask one more time, and I'm not going to ask it to him. I'm going to ask it to y'all two that practice this culture. The other brother, I don't know his name, and DJ Genesis. Could y'all give me a time? Is there any group of people right now on this planet that is following y'all traditions that don't use the lower or the lesser Orishas? Yes or no?
None that I know of.
Thank you. That is all I'm saying.
And then on top
I've
of
never
that,
heard that.
if you know what the Orisha are, then you would know that they are actually uh it's deeper than just like rivers and oceans and bodies of water. It's vibration, it's points of light, it's even more intricate. It's very intricate what it is. It's like, and I was gonna play this video because I was like, man, I don't think that people really understand what the Orisha are and what the Odu is and what the whole thing is. And even though it's a white guy explaining what it is, because I'm not really about like color, when this guy breaks it down, this whole thing goes into like geometry, it goes into all type of metaphysics. This is way deeper than Osine, whatever, however you want to say the name, you know. And to try to say that this Orisha, because Osine is most definitely Orisha, is something that is, yes, you know, you do have primordial. Yes, I would say Osine is primordial. That, you know, when the earth was forming, and he was there, you know, with Ifa and Orumila and Obatala, and then it was Osine, but Olokun was there too.
Right. And I understand what you're saying. All of them, it's a similar system in the Hebrew Israelite thought. And I'm not talking about
But
the
if you
Hebrew
don't,
Israelite
okay,
thought.
okay, so I said names, right? I said I named Oduduwa, I named Obatala, I named, but okay, what is Olokun? The depths of the darkest, deepest part of the ocean.
Well,
right?
Actually, Olokun is a bit more than that. But
Go ahead.
Olokun is the source of water with itself.
Right. So Olokun is a source of water. So this is a primordial source.
There's another word we use in our tradition that I guess you can be interchangeable with primordial, so to speak. But what he was speaking on, what he was, I guess, speaking on somewhat, the Arumala. Those are the major Orisha before they were there as the earth was formed. Before the earth existed, there was the water.
There was the herbs. There was so yes.
Okay, I gotta get off. I gotta go back on.
Hold on. Let me just say this. Osine is in the Rumile. Olokun is in the Rumile, right? Water.
But
there are different Irumile. One is not any better than the other or more powerful than the other, because if Olokun decide to destroy the earth, it could be the same thing as if the overpowering of plants overtake the earth, right? You know what I'm saying? Fungus and disease and well, no, not disease, you know, but fungus and plants and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play this video because I think
it's not to get people frustrated. We're all learning something tonight. Aren't we all one?
Let's get into.
Aren't we all one, like y'all said?
let's get into something different, because
I didn't think so.
All right, okay, let's get into this video right here, because I think that, you know, we want to get into Ifa as a system, and when he breaks this whole thing down into what Ifa really truly is. This is a guy who's been a Babalao, and I don't care if he's white. He's been a Babalao for over 45 years. He's 80 years old. Okay? I don't care if you...
I like the fact that he never mentions he's white.
But I'm saying
Only
that
you are keep on doing it.
can you listen? The reason why I'm saying this is because
Baba
you know
Jones,
we have people that are like colorists and like will say, well, why are you gonna bring up this? You know what I'm saying? So I superseded that to say, you know what? Bump all that. E5 is not about color, it's about information and knowledge. Like let's go
Didn't
into
you call him Baba today? So call him Baba. What's his last name?
you speaking about me?
No,
what?
DJ Genesis, the
Yes,
priest.
yes, I
She
called
called him Baba. So
yes,
what's his
yeah.
last name? Baba what?
Baba I forget his name right now. It's
Exactly.
like Baba E5 I forget what it is. I forget right now.
Tone that it looked like him.
Hold on. It's
And
I
he
don't talk
said
to him.
he said he did not like to be referred as Baba. He subscribes to no gurus type of stuff.
Follow Coon. Baba, I will follow Coon. Let's get when I
That
said
is
I
follow.
want to like
Yeah,
let people
listen,
that is gonna follow.
I was blessed to be able to go back to Africa 6 times and study. And what I realized real soon, and what really was a blessing, is that in Ifa, the 10-year-olds teach the 8-year-olds, the 12-year-olds teach the 10-year-olds, and so on. And so I realized that I was a beginner. So the first 3 trips that I made to Africa, I never spoke to anybody more than 12 years old, and I was able to write 3 books based on those conversations. So you know, you're probably not old enough to remember,
So,
but back in those days,
he was able to write 3 books just talking to a 10-year-old and 12-year-old going to Africa, learning about Ifa. Let's go.
it was generally believed in the diaspora that Ifa no longer existed in Africa, and I went there and discovered that wasn't true. And not only that, I discovered that they knew a lot of stuff that I felt that we didn't know in the diaspora, which is not hard to understand given the circumstances of the faith coming to this part of the world. And so I was excited, but that's because I'm kind of an idiot. Not everybody was as excited as I was about that, and there was a lot of effort to discredit what I learned and what I was saying.
Listen, please watch this because don't listen. Watch this whole thing. When he gets done talking, you're gonna be like, "Oh my god!"
So can I say something? Can I say one thing?
It's gonna get so damn deep. When he
Can I
gets
say-
done, you're gonna be like, "Shit." Let's go. Go ahead.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
This Baba and my godbrother, he taught me. This man right here in St. Louis, taught me how to process my first album. I did my abode with him.
Really?
Facts.
Man, listen, let me tell you something about this guy. He is powerful. I don't care what nobody said. It's not about it ain't about nothing else but like this information. And this guy has so much knowledge and he is so like he takes Ifa and explains it in such a way and breaks it down in a scientific way that you're like, oh my God, we knew this, we had this, we knew what this was. But the thing is that like we're too busy being crazy. Let's go.
And that's, I guess that goes with the territory. But for me, the key point was this. There's about maybe a half a dozen efforts to write our oral scripture in English and translate it from Yoruba and present it for those people that are devotees of the faith. I want to say this. I will get fired up about this. The translations are terrible. I think they're deliberately deceptive. And once I realized that, I have spent a lot of time and effort to try and bring those texts to devotees in a way that's more consistent with the ancient wisdom of the ancestors. I'll tell you the moment in time when I really had an epiphany. My first book was called Iwa Kwele, and Yoruba language is based on allegiance. What that means is a liturgical word is created by stringing a sentence together and then eliminating the vowels and making a word. So when you put the vowels back in, the meaning of the word becomes very, very clear. So the example that really
similar to Egyptian
changed my life, I think, and made me a serious student of Yoruba allegiance, the liturgical Yoruba language. I wanted to write
something in my book about a ritual called Ifa Ya Ballet, which is a ritual done in Ogboni where men and women settle disputes based on gender. And if you look at the word Ifa Ya Ballet, it's clearly an allusion of Ifa Yeye Baba Ile, which if even a rudimentary understanding of Yoruba language, it's clear that that translates to the wisdom of the fathers and the mothers of the earth. And so I thought, oh, that's clear enough. Let me go to the dictionary and read their translation, make sure I got it correct. So the dictionary definition I memorized because it really blew my mind. The dictionary defined Iwa Pele as this. Are you ready, Ia? Are you sitting down? You want to
I'm sitting down. All right, let's go.
Yeah, put your bungee cord on because this will blow your mind. The translation in the Yoruba English dictionary for Ifa Ya Ballet is the ascension of our Lord and Master Jesus Christ to sit at the right hand of God our Father. And I said to myself,
what?
Yes. I said, sorry, not buying it. So from that point, there you go. Yes, exactly. Ifa Ya Ballet. So
Ifa Ya Ballet means, say it again.
Ifa Ya Ballet, as I translate it, means Ifa means wisdom. Baba is short for Baba. Ye is short for Yeye, which is a endearment for mother, and Ile means either house or earth. So Ifa Ya Ballet, as a ritual for gender disputes, clearly means the wisdom of the fathers and the mothers of the earth. I mean, there's no doubt about it in my mind. And but I'm saying that now, be clear, everybody's going to go to the dictionary and they're not going to find that translation. I'm talking about the first Yoruba English dictionary, which was put together by a man named Jonathan Crothers, who was an African-born Episcopalian priest, who clearly, as I went through his definitions, was translating Yoruba terms to reflect his Christian beliefs. Now, I want to say without fear of contradiction that the teaching of Oromila is not the same as the teaching of Jesus. They're very, very different. And I'll give you another example that really changed things for me. And people are going to fight me on this, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to share with you my interpretation of the word Ebo based on 40 years of experience. The word Ebo does not mean sacrifice, never has, never will. It has no context in terms of Ifa sacred scripture. The prophet Oromila never advocated sacrifice, never spoke about sacrifice, and certainly didn't use the word Ebo to mean sacrifice. The word Ebo means offering. All right. Sacrifice is a Christian term, and it has a meaning in the context of Christianity and the life and times of Jesus, but it doesn't mean anything. Sacrifice, the word sacrifice has no place within Ifa theological, liturgical scripture. It's simply not reflected in the text itself. Now, you can argue with me and we can disagree and we can get all excited and worried and call each other names. But if you're going to make the point that it means sacrifice, you need to show me the text that explains that. And I'm telling you, I've spent 40 years looking for it and I've never found it. So if you can find it, good luck and thank you. Now, you have to be clear, too, that there are two distinct forms of Odu Ifa. There was the form developed in Nigeria that's 10,000 years old. There's another recent expression of Odu Ifa that was developed by Lukumi practitioners in Cuba in 1946, which is very, very recent and which is very reflective of the Catholic theology that is popular on the island. Those are two distinct, different texts. Very little of anything is the same in both those texts, and they reflect a different theological perspective. Now, I respect the right of anybody and everybody to believe what they want, worship who they want, use language any way they want. But if you're claiming to be part of a tradition rooted in the ancestral wisdom of our ancient Yoruba African ancestors who practice Ifa in what we now call Nigeria, that's a specific set of texts, a specific language, and the verses in those Odus have a specific format, which does not appear in the which are largely just Spanish versions of Odu without the Yoruba. And again, that's okay, but be clear, it's different. So to superimpose one or the other, or to say my interpretation is wrong because it's African-based and not diaspora-based, I think is unfair and disingenuous. Now, we can talk about those differences. We can talk about whether we think it's good or bad, the differences. We can talk about what we think is more reflective of reality, let's say. But I think we should talk about that and remain friends. That's my point. We don't have to get all jacked up about it and all heated about it. I'll take an example of how that didn't happen. My first book was called Iwa Pele, and it was my contention and is my contention in that book that Ifa is based on Iwa Pele. The word Iwa Pele is often translated to mean good character. It actually does not mean that literally. The word Iwa Pele from the Elysian Iwa Ope Ile literally means I come to greet the earth. The word Iwa, the word Wa means come. Iwa means the coming with a capital T. The coming means is a reference to reincarnation. The coming from the invisible realm, Orun, to the visible realm, Ia. The coming to greet, Ope means to greet, and then Ile, the earth, to greet the earth. So what does that even mean? In traditional Yoruba culture, we only greet our elders, we greet our teachers. Our teachers don't go chasing after their students or their children to greet them. That just doesn't happen. So there's a cultural implication from the word Iwa Pele that we come to greet the earth, to learn to live in harmony with the earth, to learn to understand the metaphysical principles incarnated by the earth, and this is the big and to learn how to live in harmony with each other. So there was a lot of argument back in the day. Well, no good characters, Iwa Ray Ray. No.
Am I going to? Is this going too fast? I can slow it down if you want me to. Are y'all following it? Y'all following what he's saying? Y'all picking up what he's putting down? Yes or no?
I'm with you.
All right.
Iwa Ray Ray from the Elysian Iwa Ire Ire. When you have a word in Yoruba where you repeat the word, you're talking about the metaphysical origins of that word. So Iwa Ray Ray means I come in good fortune, meaning I come as a good and blessed person. Iwa Ray Ray means innocence. Innocence is different than Iwa Pele, meaning good character that I develop. So according to Odu Ifa, very clearly, in what I would call Ifa psychology, children are born in innocence, and then in the process of growing up, we engage in what Ifa calls Ori Baruku, meaning consciousness that brings death. Now, it's not death in the sense of physical death, but death in the sense of ending cycles with bad fortune. Ori Buruku, it's B-U-R-U-K-U. So when we engage in Ori Baruku, we need to return to our original state of being good and blessed people. We do that through the discipline of Iwa Pele. Now, Iwa Pele is described in the Odu Ogbe Otur. It's very clear. There's like 5 rules for engaging in Iwa Pele. They're very clear, very specific. They seem easy, but most people find them very difficult. The first rule of Iwa Pele is make no judgment. And the way most people interpret making no judgment is, well, I know Ifa says make no judgment, but File Local really is a butthead and I need to warn people. No, that's not what the Odu says. The Odu says make no judgment. And the reason we make no judgment is once you make a judgment, once you criticize a person, once you demean them in any way, you make an enemy for life. And Ifa is about building community, building character, building resources, building the ability to understand and work with each other, and primarily building the context to make.
Wait, hold on. I want Mighty Hebrew, when he gets through these 5 ideas of Ifa when it comes down to Iwapele, I want to see if there is something similar to that in the Hebrew, because I know it is, but I just want to see if it's similar. So let's go.
For effective collective prayer. All right. If I pray, I have a certain amount of ashe. That may be impressive or not, but if you and I pray, yeah, it's not twice as good, it's 3 times as good. We get 16 people in here, it's 100 times as good, and that collective prayer has the ability to change reality as we speak. Creation is co-creation, and in Ifa, they call it Laranipin, meaning the ability of the eyes to transform light waves into particles, creating the physical world that we live in. You know, there's a huge dose of quantum physics in the liturgical language of Ifa, and so that becomes an important part of our understanding of Ifa. So make no judgment, very important. We can disagree, we can make boundaries, we can make disagree and still be friends. That's the point. Now, we've been taught the opposite of that in Trump's America, but I'm not accepting that at all. I can disagree with you, and you can think I'm crazy, and we can still be friends. That's the way life should work, in my humble opinion. So rule number 2, and this is especially important for diviners that do counseling for people, take nothing personally. If a person is struggling with an issue and you want to blame, and they want to blame someone else for their problems instead of taking responsibility for their problems, and you say, no, this problem can be fixed by you changing your attitude. If a person does not want to hear that, they're going to blame you for the issue. They're going to call you names. They're going to talk about you like you got a tail, and they'll never come and see you again. And they'll go on the internet and let everybody know that you don't know what you're talking about. And our response is to take nothing personally. That's fine. If you want to do that, go about your business. So rule number 3, speak with integrity. It's a little different than telling the truth. Speaking with integrity means there's a Yoruba proverb that says, speak with a heavy tongue. You don't have to tell everybody your business. Just because somebody asks you your business doesn't mean you have to tell them. It's that simple. But if a person has a right to know, then you have an obligation to be honest. And that's especially important because in our culture, what we learn is keep all your problems a secret, save face. Don't anybody know you're struggling with anything. As long as we do that, we're never going to solve any problem ever. You know, I've been doing divination to help people with problems for 40 years. And I can say every problem I've ever seen in those 40 years, I've seen in the first 6 months of my career as a diviner. I've seen nothing new since then. And people are really busy trying to hide their problems because they don't want me to think poorly of them. And the truth is, I don't. And the other truth is, if you're a diviner, you'll know that 90% of solving any problem is to accurately identify it. Once you've done that, the problem solves itself. But as long as you're blaming Sally for your problems and it's really you who's got the problem that needs to be fixed, you will never fix the problem. So as long as you want to blame Sally when you're the one who's responsible, you can kill goats until there's no more left to offer, and you're not going to fix the problem. All right. So that's speaking with integrity. The fourth issue is assume that people are doing the best they can. That kind of ties back into the first one. You know, people struggle. They make bad decisions. Hurt people. That's a key element in healing. If you've been abused physically, sexually, or verbally as a child, you're going to abuse your children the same way. That's just the way we're wired as human beings. Ifa says we have a spiritual obligation to break those patterns. And the Odu Ifa gives us real clear, specific, and unambiguous directions on how to do that. All right. The last rule we're going to talk about today is no gossip. All right. So here's the definition of gossip. Gossip is talking bad about someone who's not present to defend themselves. And you cannot say, well, it's no gossip because it's true. Yes, it is if the person's not there. Every issue has more than one perspective. Ifa says no gossip. If you try to gossip to an elder in traditional Yoruba culture, they will tell you, stop talking, bring the person here, and we'll talk about it. But I'm not going to listen to you complain about so-and-so without them here to present their side of the story. So you can compliment the person until your gums bleed, but no negative conversation about the person who's not ready and able to engage in a conversation about all of that. Yeah, you can go ahead and finish playing that video if you want.
I do have a question. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, that's right.
So I do have a question. We did talk about the origins of the Yoruba people. We talked about their origins in Egypt, the language, etc. Because you have like this whole thing of where did Ifa come from?
Okay, so the answer to that question is Ifa has two origin stories. What we call Yoruba culture, which is a fairly recent word. The word Yoruba is only maybe 200 years old at the most. But there's a group of people in southeast, what we now call Nigeria. Some of them were there forever. They were born there, they lived there, and some of them migrated there. The people that were there who consider themselves the original Yoruba people live in the place called Oyo. And the people who migrated from Egypt and who say they migrated from Egypt live in Ile-Ife. And so there's been a long history of trying to integrate those two cultures. In 1750 to 1850, there was a civil war between Ile-Ife and Oyo that was resolved by making the elders of Ile-Ife, the king of Ile-Ife, the owner of Ile-Ife is the spiritual leader of Yoruba culture, and the Alafin of Oyo is like the war chief or the war king or the secretary of defense. He's actually technically the head of Ogboni for traditional Yoruba culture. So we have, and the creation story for Oyo is different than the creation story for Ile-Ife, and that's significant as well. But both of those stories teach metaphysical lessons and are only partially historically. That's a little complicated, but geologists tell us that the oldest land mass on Earth is the flattest land mass, right? So Nigeria has no mountains at all. If you've been there, there's no mountains. That means it's one of the oldest pieces of land on Earth and there's plenty of historical documentation that some of the first people emerged from there. That information has been added to recently, and be clear, in what's now the Igbo region, when the British first came to Nigeria, what was the first thing they did? What was the first thing they did?
Burn down the temples?
Well, sort of, yeah, you're close. What they did is they blew up with dynamite the pyramids in Nigeria. Hello.
They
blew
had
up.
pyramids in Nigeria?
Yes, they did. And there's pictures of them. And the British won't say where they were. They won't tell you where the ruins are from when they blew them up with dynamite. They also had stupas. Do you know what a stupa is? A stupa is a popular meditation space in India that is based on mathematical formulas that define the structure of the universe. And the pyramids and the stupas are, at least in my opinion, 10,000 years old, probably a lot older. So the question is, why weren't you told that Ifa, the Yoruba culture built pyramids, Igbo culture built pyramids? And the reason is because if you really look at the language of the liturgical Ifa, if you look at our oral scripture, the understanding of the liturgical scientific language gives you an understanding of how to generate free energy. It also gives you an understanding of alchemy, from the word alchemet, meaning the light of the black soil on the Nile River in Egypt. Alchemy is a real science. It's not like the hippy-dippy view of, oh, it's to make you psychologically better. Okay, there's that element to it. But alchemy can literally change lead into gold. 90% of the gold found in Egypt is human-made. Think about that for a minute. And the Yorubas have the secret of alchemy. We know they have that secret because the staff of Oramion in Ile Ife has 123 iron nails pounded into it. That staff is probably 10,000 years old. It's thousands of years old in any case. And there's not any rust on an iron nail that's been out in the rain for thousands of years. That is only possible if you make those nails with an alchemical process that's clearly described in Odu Ifa, clearly described in texts on alchemy. And there's lots of evidence of nails that don't rust in India, which are described in India as being made through an alchemical process. So we have the ability to change lead and gold. That's why our faith is so denigrated. The few who control the many don't want you to know how to do that. It's not complicated. One day we'll have a class and I'll tell you how to do it. But the other thing that Odu Ifa indicates is how to access free energy, that's for sure. And also, I've seen Albos in Africa teleport. You know what teleport is? Disappear here and appear over there instantaneously, and also levitate. Those are things that are doable by human consciousness if you have training from an elder who knows how, and the details of how to do that are clearly coded into our sacred scripture, which, if you've seen the books on Odu Ifa available in America, 2-3 verses per Odu at the most, maybe. But in Africa, there's between 100 and 200 verses per Odu. So 99% of the wisdom in our sacred scripture is not available in English. So, there's a reason for that. And I think one of the reasons for that, one of the things that is definitely described in Odu Ifa is how you resurrect the dead. Every time an Awo dies, they lay in the temple, and on the third day after their death, they're resurrected. They speak to the community, and then they're interned. So we were taught that resurrection only happened once in the history of life on earth, and that makes Jesus Son of God. But I'm telling you, every Awo that dies in the traditional Yoruba Egbe is resurrected as part of their funeral rites. And so, that is a threat to certain people who, rather than talk about it, would rather denigrate us and our faith and what we believe. We need to stand up for what's true.
Can we go into the linguistics of it all? Because I talked about the fact that the Ifa priests were a part of the Nile Valley that came into Ile Ife. And I talk about that very often. It's like, we were a part of that Nile Valley civilization. And those ancient mysteries that were in those schools of ancient Kemet, those universities, were just brought into that aspect of Nigeria. I tried to look it up on ChatGPT and AI, but they're like, oh no, there's no. But here, can you go into that, because that might be just a hidden thing they don't want us to know. But I swear to goodness,
listen, history lies, linguistics doesn't. Think about that for a principle. I can tell you anything I want about Egypt and who's the descendants of Abraham and yada, yada, yada. But linguistics does not lie. So if you analyze the Yoruba language, we'll see that 30% of it is called Coptic Egyptian. Coptic Egyptian is the language that was spoken in Egypt before the Common Era. Now the language of Egypt is Arabic, but in the old days that was not what was spoken. They spoke Coptic. So 30% of the Yoruba language is Coptic Egyptian. And even that was mistranslated by a guy named Budge in England. If you want a good translation of Coptic Egyptian language, go to Laird Scranton. Laird Scranton figured out that the Dogons in Mali are speaking 100% Coptic Egyptian language, and he wrote a dictionary based on studying with them. So the best preserved Egyptian mysteries based on the preservation of Egyptian language and the preservation of Egyptian sacred script is survived by the Dogons in Mali. All right. So in the 70s, a man named Robert Temple went to Mali, and he studied with the Dogon people, and he realized that every 51 years they did a ritual, once every 51 years, that celebrated the elliptic cycle of a dog scar, meaning a black star, around the star Sirius, which is a major star in the astronomy of the planet Earth. So the thing that was amazing about that is that modern astronomers did not see that that second star more recently than 100 years ago, and the Dogons have been doing that ritual for thousands of years. So Robert Temple asked the Dogons if they would initiate him and teach him their mysteries. The Dogons said, yes, we will initiate you only if you promise to share all our mysteries with the rest of the world. Notice I said share, not keep a secret. So Temple went to Mali, he got initiated, and he realized that the foundation of Dogon science, which is also the foundation of Egyptian science, which is also the foundation of Ifa science, is what's called plasma physics. And so Temple realized that in order to explain the Dogon paleoscience and theology, he needed to become a student of plasma physics. So he spent 30 years and became the world's foremost authority on plasma physics. And he recently wrote a book on plasma physics called The New Science of Heaven by Robert Temple. That book, I had to go back and retranslate a lot of what I thought I understood about Yoruba scripture based on that book. And here's what Temple says. He said in 1945, a man named David Bohm was working on the Manhattan Project, helping Robert Oppenheimer build an atom bomb along with Albert Einstein. Einstein and Oppenheimer told Bohm that they needed him to study plasma because they knew that when they exploded an atom bomb, it would create a plasma cloud, and they needed to understand it before they released it in the world. All right. So using a lot of experiments, a long story short, a lot of mathematical equations, David Bohm proved that plasma clouds were conscious. Let that sink in for a minute. So as soon as
so a nuclear bomb is conscious. The actual cloud of a nuclear bomb is conscious.
Equivocally. And David Bohm not only said that, which anybody can say anything you want, but he proved it with a series of experiments, which I can explain in detail one day if you're interested. But the point is, after he explained his experiments and showed people why he said what he said, Oppenheimer turned to the 30 other physicists in the room and said, can anybody refute what he's saying? And nobody could. So Oppenheimer said, okay, we're just not going to talk about it. We're going to pretend it's not true. He called the FBI and had Oppenheimer deported, and has never been a part of academia since then. But there's an implication for that concept, all right? Plasma clouds are conscious, all right? So here's what's important to know about that. 99% of the universe is plasma. Only 1% of creation is based on the structure of atoms, all right? Plasma clouds are essentially subatomic particles that have not coalesced to form atomic structure yet. So we live in a plasma universe, and the plasma clouds that surround us are conscious, all right? You understand what I'm saying here?
Yeah. So is that where you get antimatter versus matter?
Yeah, that's an element that's down the road. The important point to understand at this point in our conversation is, if plasma clouds are conscious, that means in olden times, our elders called plasma clouds spirits. If you were Yoruba speaking, you called a plasma cloud an orisha. You called them a rumale, an imole. Those are different types of clouds. So if you go back and if you look at the definitions and the meaning and the explanations of spirit and translate that into plasma science, you have an understanding of physics that is greater than the physics I was taught at some of the best science schools in the world. All right, so I stand by that unequivocally. I went to Caltech, which is where Einstein used to teach back in the day, and what I learned there was nowhere near as sophisticated or accurate, in my opinion, than the plasma science I learned from reading Odu Ifa. So if you really understand what I'm saying, you'll understand that Odu
Wait,
Ifa.
no, hold on. So that actually gets into how when they say the Orisha are the body, like Oshun is the circulatory system, Yemoya is the
Listen, we talked about this earlier. You're close, but no cigar. Let me explain that.
Okay.
The Ori generates plasma around the human body that we call the soul in Yoruba. That's Me. So the Me is a plasma cloud. So listen, plasma cloud is influenced by the resonance of the 256 Odus. You were taught that you had 6 senses. No, you have 256 senses, and each one of those streams information at a different frequency. And as our consciousness tunes into those different frequencies, we are able to access information outside of our experience. So there's 256 Odus. Now, here's the thing to understand. All right, we ready? Take a deep breath. We're going to back up. I'm going to say some stuff that's a little abstract, but we're going to get through it. Odu represent a 3-dimensional fundamental energy pattern called a Merkaba. A Merkaba is a torsion sphere with 2 counter-rotating 3-sided pyramids. Merkaba is Merkabah. So the Merkaba, the counter-rotation of the 2 3-sided pyramids, as explained exquisitely by Terrence Howard, generates gravity. All right. But if you think about it, a 3-sided pyramid has 4 points of contact with the torsion sphere that holds it in place. 3 points of contact at the base and 1 at the apex. You with me? You understand?
Yes, yeah, I do.
So each of those 4 points of contact with the sphere are represented in a 2-dimensional symbolic pattern by Odu Ifa. The marks of Odu, there's 4 of them. The right side represents the points of contact between the pyramid and the apex of the sphere facing north, and the other one faces south. So each point of contact with the sphere can be either open or closed. If it's open, we make 1 mark on the tray. If it's closed, we make 2 marks on the tray. So the spinning of the subatomic particle known as a Merkaba allows energy, which we call Ashe, to come into the Merkaba, creating a different frequency based on a different energetic pattern. You with me? So we have 256 different frequencies, all of which shape the world. Every religious tradition you've ever heard of all starts with the idea in the beginning was the word. So the word in Ifa is the resonance of creation. That's 432 hertz. And the Odu that resonates with 432 hertz is called Ije Ogbe, which, if you translate, is from the Legion Ije O Egbe, which means the first manifestation of the consciousness of everything, which is a synonym for God. And so in Ije Ogbe, there exists what's called quantum entanglement. So here's the thing to understand in terms of Ifa science, which makes it all make sense. The only consciousness in creation is the consciousness of a God. In Ifa, that's called Iponri. So every human being has an Ori, which is a personal consciousness, and everybody's connected to the higher self called Iponri. So there's billions and billions of Oris, but only one Iponri, and we're all connected to it. So think of think of everything in creation. This is according to Ifa. Everything in creation has consciousness, and that consciousness comes from the invisible realm of Orun into the visible realm of Ia through geometric patterns. Geometric patterns is the portal that brings the consciousness of God into the physical world. And the patterns of Odu that we mark on the Ifa tray, excuse me, is a 2-dimensional coded reference to the 3-dimensional energy pattern of Merkaba. And God speaks through those geometric patterns, even in their symbolic form. So an Ifa priest learns to go into possession so that they can tap into those altered states generated by the marks of Odu themselves. Now, in Ije Ogre, you have all 8 portals open. And when all 8 portals are open at 432 hertz, we generate an expansion of our aura. In Yoruba, aura, the word for aura is imi, meaning I am, and that generation occurs at the pineal gland, which in Yoruba is Iwaju. So the Iwaju expands our aura, and our aura has the same laws of physics as a plasma cloud. So our plasma cloud of our aura is able to communicate with the resonance of the plasma clouds of 99% of the rest of the universe. And we do that by identifying a very small spectrum of that consciousness so our head doesn't blow up. And we access that for specific problem solution process. So Ifa says every problem has a solution. And the solution to that problem is every Odu that comes to define the problem is solved by the opposite Odu. So that gives us instantaneous problem resolution consciousness if we understand those principles. And those principles are deeply rooted in what we could call plasma science, for lack of a better word. But what Temple discovered and figured out, and which I tip my hat to him for it, the Earth has two plasma clouds, one to the right, one to the left. They're each 9 times bigger than the plasma cloud. They're each 9 times bigger than the Earth itself. So one of the plasma clouds records every thought every living thing has had on Earth from the beginning of the creation of the Earth. That's the function of one conscious plasma cloud. The other plasma cloud uses that information to alter DNA to create a better way to live on Earth. So what do we call that in Odu Ifa? The plasma cloud that records everything, we call it Obatala. The one that alters DNA, we call Yemu. And so the relationship between Obatala and Yemu is what creates evolution. So we have words to describe a deeply esoteric scientific process, but we have something. Now plasma physics is kind of the hot topic among alternative science these days, largely populated by my white guy brothers in academia who just don't get it. And here's what they don't get. And this is why Ifa is so important. Plasma has consciousness. Yes, absolutely. And Ifa has the key to how we communicate with plasma. It's a two-way street. Once you talk to plasma, and once you affect plasma, and once you use your intention to use the structure of plasma to solve problems, you are co-creating the universe. Ifa calls that Ile Ife Oron Waye, the unconditional love of the invisible realm comes to earth. All right. So the word Oron, people call that heaven. That's not what Orun means. The word Orun in Yoruba means neck, this thing, neck. The concept of Orun is the connection between the visible and the invisible realm. And it's in that connection that consciousness becomes manifest in the physical world. I don't know. You have any questions?
Right. So when you're talking about plasma science and when all this stuff, so is that really pretty much saying that you control what happens to you in your life based on your thoughts alone?
Yes, and what it also says is that the process of a bow has nothing to do with goat blood. That's the silliest idea I've ever heard. We kill goats to feed the Awos who pray on our behalf, and the prayer that they're offering is to engage plasma consciousness by entering what I call an EJ Ogbe state of consciousness, where all 8 portals of the Merkaba that surrounds their aura is open so that their emotional resonance vibrates at the level of the solution to the problem, which then is absorbed by the client, who then uses that vibration to attract good fortune. It's got nothing to do with, so in a sense, if you think about it.
So technically, instead of using blood, we should be using like the herbs and Iwe.
No, listen to me. We use this. This is the source of transformation during Ebo, pure consciousness. We can use anything. We can use popcorn. We can use doilies. It's just stuff to keep our hands busy. The real work is being done by entering the altered state known as EJ Ogbe and holding the intention of transformation. Listen, if you have 16 people in an EJ Ogbe state praying for your health, it's impossible for you to maintain being sick. You can't do it. That's the nature of reality. Until we understand that, until we engage in that, until we do that, until we manifest that, we're just using Ifa as a form of drama and not the great sacred wisdom that it really represents and the great blessing from our ancestors. Our ancestors 10,000 years ago knew we were going to be going through this nightmare in Washington from the guy with the orange hair. And they gave us the keys to survive that nightmare. And what they did is they allowed us to understand those Hodus. And the way they did that is they downloaded information from the spirit realm, from the ancestral realm, and gave it to specific people so that we go back and look at the scriptures they created and truly understand in English what they're saying, what they meant, and how they're trying to help us. And I'm telling you, much of that information was given to a man named Terrence Howard, who used to be an actor and who is now really a prophetic voice for Ifa. Every concept that he's shared with the world, and I've read his book in depth and understand his concepts, and I have to say, every idea he's expressed has an equivalent in Odu Ifa. So we need to study him. We need to study our scripture. We need to stop arguing over nonsense and get down to the business of figuring out how to apply that wisdom to solve real problems in the real world.
That's why I was going to start like trying to do like the Odu live and say, well, just I only just know how to do Dilagon, but this bring the Odu out and say, okay, what is the Odu? What is, just to be able to explain to people like how this whole thing works, like the actual mathematical aspect of it, because people like they see tarot, they see people using the pendulum, and they think that is the same thing as E5.
No,
Can you just explain that there's a big difference? What the difference?
yeah, let me tell you how Odu is taught in traditional Yoruba culture. Get the students together, sit down. The elder marks an Odu. He chants the resonance of that Odu so the students can feel it. And then he does what's called close the Odu. He puts all the erosion from the tray in a little mound in the center of the tray. He sprinkles a little bit in a glass of water and has each person drink it, at which point they become possessed by the Odu itself and understand what it feels like, because entering that state of feeling is what causes the transformation. Let me give you an easy example. If you've ever been to a Native American rainmaking ceremony, the shaman goes to the top of the mountain, draws a circle, sits in the circle, puts his hands out like this, and remembers what it feels like to have rain hit his body. And that remembering causes the rain to come. It's a matter of entering a altered state that holds a frequency that causes a particular thing to happen. That's where the magic, that's where the power, that's where the healing, that's where the elevation, that's where the clarity, that's where the instruction, that's where the innovation, that's where the evolution contained in Odu Ifa becomes manifest. All right, it's the same way I'll tell you the secret of initiation. The purpose of initiation is to put the person into an altered state. Now, I've done over 1,000 initiations easily, and people come and I tell them I'm going to put them in an altered state, and they look at me like, well, that's strange. But the reason I know how to do it is because I was taught the secret in Africa. The secret is real simple. If I want to put you in an altered state of consciousness, I go into that state first and get close enough to you so that you can feel the ashe. And that ashe is contagious, and it'll transform where you're at in the moment to the place that you want to go.
Well, I can say that I have experienced that in initiation, to where I was like, I for 1 second, I seen the glimpse that I was in another place. I was like, what? And then then I was back to normal. But I looked around me and I was in like another location.
Yes, and that's the point of initiation. And you were blessed to enter it. But I'm saying not everybody understands that, and not all initiations are effective. Listen, there's a lot of talk about doing initiations correctly. That's an absolutely bogus, irrelevant, and I could care less conversation. I've been to Africa. I've seen initiation done literally hundreds of different ways. And the thing that makes that okay is that they were all effective. So the only question is not was it done right, but what was it done effective? And so what determines if it was done effective is if the Yawo goes into an altered state and becomes a medium for that frequency that we call Orisha.
Well, I can tell you, I definitely experienced it. It was interesting. It was crazy, but yeah, I was like, wow. And there's no drugs involved. They didn't give me like no ayahuasca or nothing like that. But whatever the songs they sang, the chanting they did, the entire thing, it definitely brings you out of like your body into a different thing, at least for a second. So.
Yes, but it's supposed to bring you into longer in a second, and it's supposed to be after initiation. The discipline of daily prayer and Reiki allows you to enter that altered state when it's necessary and to have some control. That's the point of the spiritual discipline, to be able to go into possession whenever we feel we need to. And we do that through singing Reiki. So, for example, people say there is no Ifa priests don't go into possession. That's wrong. The Odu Ogunda Osa has the Ariki for putting the Ifa priest into possession. We wouldn't have that Ariki if that wasn't something we do. I'll speak to the Ariki, then I'll sing it. You'll see how the resonance affects our consciousness. The
sound.
Yes, if you just read it, it's Ela Omosin Moerio, but if you sing it, it's Ela Omosin Ela Omo Oh Yigi Otami. So that Ariki goes on for 2 hours. And it creates an altered state of consciousness. And it's a wondrous experience. It's really loving, beautiful, transcendent, and deeply, deeply healing.
So what really this is about sound resonance. And what is like go into sound resonance and how important that is in Ifa.
Resonance creates reality. There's, let me explain it this way. You know what a light wave is? Like a series of W's?
Yeah.
Okay. So a light wave, depending on the frequency, which means the space of time between the up and down of the wave, generates color, generates sound, generates color, And at a certain point, when the frequency collapses in on itself, it creates physical reality. All right. So the light wave in Ifa we call Ashe. The physical reality created by Ashe we call E-ray, or good fortune, or manifestation. Right. So Ela, or 432 hertz, is not a light wave. It's a longitudinal light beam. So what that means is it's a beam of light without any waves. That's what scientists these days call 0-point energy, or free energy. So when you generate 432 hertz in the Odu EJ Ogbe, the longitudinal light beam projects out of your consciousness until it hits the edge of the universe and then comes back. And it's a function of the science of that beam that it gets stronger the further away it moves from source. You understand? So that phenomenon explains quantum entanglement. It explains a lot of the paranormal phenomena. And if you understand, here's the thought I think I'm going to leave you with for today. Ela is a shapeshifter. That means when you're in possession with Ela, you can say an Ariki and move from Ela to any of the Orishas. That's a fundamental truth about reality. If I can do that, that means a plasma cloud can do that. So all the paranormal phenomena you see, when the Virgin Mary shows up, when ET shows up, when interdimensional beings show up, when Grandpa shows up, that's all the expression of resonance generated by a plasma cloud we call spirit. And that rather than, there may be some ETs that are from a different planet, but for the most part, they're generated by plasma interaction here on the Earth itself. And so communities come together and create plasma clouds that they name the Risha, right? So here's the thing to understand. If you're part of an egg bay that's involved in drug smuggling, gun dealing, prostitution, child sexual slavery, and that's the consciousness of the group, when you come together and invoke Oshun, the Oshun that comes is not the same Oshun that is invoked in the community that honors good character and unconditional love. You may use the same name to describe it, but the energetic and the resonance effect of those prayers are different. And until we come to understand that, we're going to be perpetuating a level of negativity that is not serving us well.
I want one last question. I want to ask
How about
you.
if I'll give you 3 questions, then I got to go.
Okay, so one last question. So when we talk about, a group solution, why is it that, why are we Black people in a certain, or white people in a certain situation? Like my answer is because Ifa is an individual, solution for individuals, and then as a community, and then as a microcosm versus macrocosm. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, in a sense, that's true.
If you work on yourself, then, because if everything is really based on your consciousness, then when you are conscious, the things around you change. Really, you change the way you look at things, the things you look at will change.
The way that prayer is effective is if the people that come together to pray root their prayers in good character, and if they have focused their attention on the same thing. If you get 12 people coming together to pray for your health, and one of them thinks, "Oh, you don't deserve to be healthy. I don't like you," and you may Google eyes at my husband. That one person is going to destroy the effect of all the positive thoughts from the other people. So yeah, you have to do your stuff, and we get our stuff together. We call that looking at our Odu for the day, and then every 16 days we get together with our egg bay and make sure our egg bay is all on the same page. And then every 91 days we get together with the community and make sure the community is all on the same page, so that we can effectively use prayer to alter physical reality and create a better way to get through the day. Ire Ashe To, I thank you for this conversation. We'll talk again. I think we have a lot of blessings from our Ifa ancestors. We just need to stop arguing and figure out what they're trying to tell us.
Wow, you know what? That was beautiful. I thank you so much, Baba, for your time. This was great. I was playing a video, but hey, I didn't need to. Thank you for that. And we'll be bringing you back on hopefully regularly to really break this whole thing down from little by little. You can't just shove a whole cake in someone's face. But bit by bit, people will begin to understand.
Listen, very soon I'm doing an 8-part course on all the systems of divination used in Ifa Orisha. It's our job as our world to know all 6 of those systems of divination. I will teach them in depth. It's an 8-week course. There's no charge. I'm going to record it. You can feel free to play them on your channel. And once people have gone through the divination course, I'm giving a 24-part course on how to do Ifa ritual. There is a charge for that, but it'll be reasonable.
Why is it important for divination to happen? So let's just go into that. Why should everybody have some level of a divination method?
You'll understand as soon as I explain that divination in traditional Yoruba culture is never go to one person. It's always a communal effort. So what divination is sitting down in front of a dozen of your elders and saying, I've got this problem, and listening to the collective wisdom of their life experience. If you ever go to someone who claims to be an Ifa priest and they're reading you and they're sitting alone on the mat, be clear they have no idea about what they're doing or the tradition they're a part of.
So it's just so everybody. So it's a community of priests. That's what I've always said, is that this was meant to be a community of priests, not just a singular person that is uplifted and then that person gets to like read everybody.
Graphic was. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it kind of went down. Go just start from scratch.
Yes. 40 years ago, I was part of an Elaine in Oakland, California, that was run by Louisa Tish. She is a very good healer for people that suffered from childhood sexual abuse. That Elaine had 200 women of color who were mostly incest survivors. And, you know, what did I have to tell them that would help them? The answer is nothing. The Ifa teaches that whatever we fix in our life becomes medicine for someone else. That's why AA works, the voice of authority. Alcoholics get together and share their experience of how they quit drinking. So, you know, women got together who suffered some horrendous abuse as children and discussed how they deal with it. That was the whole starting point for the Elay in Oakland. So my job was very simple, to hold what it looked like for a man to walk in the community with integrity, without being without chasing skirts, without doing inappropriate things or saying inappropriate things, and to make the gathering of those women a safe place for them to explore their wounds and get guidance for help. And so, you know, it takes a village to raise a child. That's what it means. It takes a village to heal a wound. It takes a village to guide people towards maturity. It takes a village to guide a person through puberty rites. You know, initiation is the least important of these ceremonies we do. Naming ceremony, puberty rite, relationship ritual, becoming an elder, funeral, those are the important rituals in the life of human beings. Initiation just gives us our skills so we can find ourselves, we can find our place in the communal process of doing those more important rituals. And, you know, we've lost sight of that, in my humble opinion.
So I'm hearing one last question.
Sure.
If people say, who is this white guy telling us in African tradition anything, right? What is your thoughts on that? Because I don't care about color, but I'm going to say this. People say, well, this is a white guy. Like, what do you come from the ancestors and explain what comes to you in that?
Well, generally, I don't address that. If you don't think I can understand Ifa, that's who am I to say you're wrong? But from my point of view, it's really simple. There are 26 dragon families in Transylvania. My ancestry is Transylvanian. I'm one of those 26 dragon families. We trace our ancestry back to the wife of the pharaoh Shikmet, and so my family has clearly Egyptian origins. I'll tell you a little secret if you haven't noticed. If you look on the map, you'll see that Egypt is in Africa, right? So the issue is not that I'm not African. The issue is that I don't look African. And my question is, how significant is that? And my answer is not much. So, you know, I have the right to claim my own ancestry. I have the right to claim my own DNA, my own link to Africa. A lot of people don't like it, don't agree with it, don't think it's valid, but I got nothing to say about that other than it has helped me understand who I am and where I function best in the world.
Well, I appreciate you so much, Baba. You know, I appreciate your wisdom. I mean, the plasma information alone, you know, wow, I'm blown away. So people can say what they want to say, but knowledge is knowledge, wisdom is wisdom. It's not about like who brings it's about, did you hear the message though? So thank you so much.
But listen, last word I want to say, don't take my word for it. I mean, who cares what I think? Do your own research. I've given you the names of books, list those books, read it, we'll get together and we'll talk. You might have a different interpretation of the things that I've studied. We can talk about that and we can make our points. We can provide our evidence. But, you know, if I talk to you and we disagree, I get a great value from that. You know what that value is I get from disagreeing with you? I get a better understanding of who you are.
I'll share.
So
right. And you know, every Baba that you're in your 80s, right? And every Baba Lao like that I've talked to on my channel will say the same thing. Don't take it from me. Because even when you're doing an Ifa reading, it's like, you know what? I don't know. Ifa knows. I don't know. This is what came out. You know, That's the difference between a lot of the stuff is that it comes out and that's the number and that's it, and it's final. That's it. So
I keep saying the last. I do want to say one more thing.
I'll say one more thing.
I'm a stickler for language. I have never called myself a Babylao. I never will, and I'll tell you why. In traditional Yoruba culture, they say there was one Babylao and his name was Oromila. And with that, I'm going to call it a night. Stay safe. We'll talk again.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. I hope that you guys enjoyed today's build. At 5:30 when we're coming back, I'm going to be talking to Naphtali, and we're going to be discussing it with the Hebrew Israelite. She has some questions about E5, so give us about like maybe an hour, and we're going to be coming back. But it was interesting. Like, so I've been talking politics, but you know what? Things sometimes just suddenly change for me where this is what I'm going to be doing. So if my audience just get used to it, I've been a priest of Oya this entire time, even though I've been talking about Trump and ICE and this, that, the other, but I've been called to do this work. So my direction has drastically changed into this. So I hope that you guys work with me. Shouts out much.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Your energy. That's right. I'll give my sanity. Only you can make the change. I'll give my share your energy. I'll give my soul. Shine so bright. From darkness to light. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out. You'll feel it from deep within, and from there you can begin. From darkness to light, from darkness to light.
Man, I'm tired, y'all. I'm exhausted. I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Thank you for being here, and peace out, guys.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you.